um, open the stream there just for the chat and all that. It's something I do too.
Right. I think I put a different shirt.
Huh?
You thought so?
Your
You thought I
voice
should
is...
put on a different shirt too?
No. It's fine. Well, today, mostly, for most part, what I want to do is test things out. So, do you have your Twitch open on phone? Did you leave? Not usually later. Live is cooking.
I have my Twitch open. I put on a different shirt.
All right.
Yeah, so I have my Twitch open.
On the
I
phone?
don't see you live yet.
You should not.
Yeah.
Do you see it now?
Yep.
Okay. So, your chat and stream and stuff, you will be able to see from there. But make sure
There we
to
go.
have the volume of the phone down so that you're not hearing two audios or something. Okay. This is basically how we can join stream then. Okay, so
I think I'm good.
I'll look at your games then. This last one, by the way, that was a very nice looking structure. Should have been converted if you had more time.
Pretty
Huh?
heartbreaking.
I think the
Oh, the one
window,
I just, yeah.
I think our window is too big, this one. So
That
it's
was the
covering
one I
the
was talking
screen.
to.
That's good enough. Okay. Okay. That should be good. See, there's a big delay in what we are doing right now and how long it takes us stream to show. Am I frozen on the stream? My video?
I don't think so. I'm trying to get here set up. Move your hand.
Well, my face
Yeah,
is
you're
down. I'm
frozen.
looking at the phone, but all I see here is this frozen picture.
You are.
Yeah, it seems so. Okay. Okay, now I think it's back. Yeah, this shouldn't be happening.
You're moving now.
Huh? Yeah, this shouldn't be happening. This is just a random thought. There was a notification there on the Firefox. Yeah, I think it's frozen again. Bloody. Does it have to do with the internet speed or what? It's showing moving here. The stuff is moving here, but then on the stream it is all laggy. Now I think you're froze too.
Yeah,
That's not good.
not with that face. Is a voice frozen?
No, voice is fine. Voice is continuous. It's just the video that's frozen. Ah, never mind. Okay, so yeah. Now this move, what do they usually do?
Do you want me to look it up?
Look what
It's freezing.
yeah, I think the video is still freezing. Yours is not freezing so much, mine is freezing a little bit too much. It's not freezing here, it's only freezing there on the stream.
Video.
It is quite annoying.
By a poor, unstable internet can also result from browser issues, outdated and graphic device form, or high streaming settings. To fix it, first try lowering the video quality, clearing your browser's cache, or refreshing. So I'd start with refreshing the page, and then I don't know how to lower the video quality or clear your browser's cache.
I don't know how to refresh this page.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. This Mozilla thing. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's just no one. I'll see it later.
Yeah, it's what? What'd you say?
I said it's fine. Let's just focus on this. Meeting will end. And once the meeting ends, you have to send it back a Zoom thing. Um, okay, so this is the move order they generally use to go the wing gambit, which is this before, right? So once you have played this, if you're playing bullet or something, you can even make a pre-move. This pre-move. Um, and the point of this is to go a3 and then have
Can you do that?
pawn chain before the wing gambit. Basically getting the pressure away from their d4 point from the central pawn chain by giving up a pawn. As you know, that c5 is kind of the main idea in this, all your all of black's play is angled to put more pressure on d4. And by now you also know by experience that from both sides of it, that d4 is the point that is often difficult to hold. It's under a lot of fire, it's under a lot of pressure, and that's how black generates its counterplay. So this is an attempt to take you away from there before white goes for the d4 break, and then they would take you further away, and they will then follow it up with d4 c3 and stuff like that. Variations of this in different manners. So after taking an a3, one of the moves I like to do is queen a5 because that completely takes the um, at least immediate idea away, right? The rook, the a pawn is pinned because the rook is not defended, right? So this is not possible.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so you make it not as easy for them.
But what happens if the
c3, c3 you can still develop because on cb you have bishop takes. This is still hanging.
You should just
right? Um, that's the wing gambit. I'm just showing you that that's something why
right.
White would start with this opening move order. But it can also always still transpose back right into the advanced French as it did here. He has not played d4, so it's not yet transposed into that. Now it is, right? Now it is fully transposed
Was that
back
queen
in.
move? Was that queen move okay?
Yeah, yeah. It goes there anyways. You can do your bishop d7 too.
Quinn, you can't hear me.
Huh?
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you?
I was just making sure you could hear me. Okay. Yep.
If I'm responding, that means I am.
So queen b6 was okay because,
Queen b6
well,
is okay
the lag,
because
it took a bit.
okay. Queen b6 is okay because queen b6 is the good placement for the queen in the advance. You know that, right? Put pressures on b2, eyes b2, eyes d4,
Hmm.
etc. You could have also done bishop d7. So basically, you can treat it already like an advanced French, even though it has not fully transposed to an advanced French yet. It is most probably going to, right? And so you go queen b6, and they go a4. Okay, a6. A6, I would say, is not kind of really necessary here, right? You can still do bishop d7 and continue with your stuff, right?
No.
A6 doesn't really help you so much, right? Um, and once
I thought it opened. I thought it opened. It threatened the bishop and opened up my queen spot for a7 if queen wanted to go a7 was my idea.
I see, yeah, that does
On
sound like reasonable,
d7.
but queen on an a7 would be like, that would be a sad place for the queen to be on a7 because it wants to stay open on the b file, pressuring the b2 pawn in case of this bishop moves, right? That is a thematic thing for the queen placement on b6 to be doing, other than putting more pressure here as well. Okay. Yeah, now he's in trouble. Yeah, I don't know what this is. He needs to he needs to do something with the bishop. He needs
Yeah, I
to
don't
flick or
know. I think
something.
he just blundered that.
Yeah. So that's just an outright blunder, and then rook
I
takes
almost missed that too.
is good. Rook takes is good. Takes is good. Takes is good. Queen a6 is good because you're up a piece, so you're exchanging, making the task of conversion simpler. Queen goes back. You win a tempo with b4, which is good because you're not clogging it
Yeah,
all up.
question with that move
Yeah, you're
with
clogging it all
c4.
up. You're clogging it all up. Well, you're not clogging it all up, so it's fine as long as you're doing that, because you still have your pawn break of b4 here, and you can prepare it with development first, right? Develop all the pieces, and eventually your extra piece is going to simply win you the game. You don't have to do anything extra, right? Knight e7 is good. It develops. Knight f5 could have been done. b5 is good. But yeah, but at this point, um, you were busy trying to set up the stream, so you're already 20 seconds. But yeah, this is completely winning. Basically, all right. You can
Yeah.
follow it up with anything. Here wins, and he did this to stop knight this, but knight f5, for example, and then you can even try to get the base, break his pawn chain, and this is just a perfect position. There's no counterplay, there's nothing, right? There's absolutely nothing.
Right.
You can play it a million ways and win a million ways. Yeah, so no real mistake here. Everything was perfect.
What a
Hmm.
Oh, so this next one, that really hurt
Which
and
one?
did.
Which one? Another problem here now. We see that
That
it's
game,
not
the one
allowing me
before
to
that five.
go.
So, oh, here, let me see if I can find that.
I think your audio cut off.
I did send it to you via Facebook, but you should still be able to scroll. Oh,
You sent me a link through Facebook.
no, no, you're.
I don't
I
see.
sent you both games on Messenger.
Messenger. Okay, so I'll refresh.
And yeah,
I don't see them yet.
I don't think you're able to scroll. I've never seen anyone scroll. So you're just gonna have to copy and paste it, and
Yeah, I'll copy and
it's
paste,
on
but
Facebook.
I
I
don't
just looked.
see
It's on your
the
Messenger.
messages on Messenger.
Well, I can post it in the chat.
No, from chat I cannot access. You have not sent me them on messages because I cannot see them on the phone or the Facebook Messenger. Now it's appeared. One appeared. Did you send two?
I'm sending it again.
Yeah, now it's sent.
Yeah, I just
Okay,
sent
so
them both again.
yeah, now I can see two links. Copy link. I copy the link of one, and yeah, you can actually see my screen, so you were seeing that, right? Properties.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, currently I see your face and my face.
Huh? Okay. So this is the game. Cannot see much.
I said currently on Zoom. I'm just seeing my face. Let me see. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong one.
On the Zoom, you should be
There we
still
go.
able to see the screen share, right?
Yeah, got it. Yeah, I have it now.
Okay. So we see some weird time control. 6 minutes. 6 plus 6, it seems.
Do you have? Maybe not. That is funny.
Okay, so you have a Danish. You're playing a Danish. Fully accepted. D6. I think on D6 you can even do immediate E5, right? And the queen is gone, right?
Why? Okay.
He cannot keep
Well,
defending the
okay.
queen. C5
Yep.
is all he can do. And the same thing doesn't work. The same thing doesn't work if you do it from the, well, you cannot do it from the left anyways. But if you are doing it from the left, then it doesn't work because you can block. So immediate E5 also you can do, but I think knight F3 is correct. Okay.
And then
See,
I messed this
see,
part
you
up right
you
here, and I
see
knew
if
it
you see if you put your queen here, your queen comes here,
as soon as
and
I moved because I have to
if you
take because
instead
then I get
take
the.
and your pawn comes to E6, then this is a double attack. Right?
Am I muted? Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you. There's lag.
Okay.
Is what I'm saying matching with the in sync with the what you're seeing?
It is. That is.
Okay. So
But what you're saying,
okay, I think we have to we have to think about
that's
how to
okay.
solve this
Go on.
problem. Yeah, so what I'm saying is takes yeah the queen you should take first because then it's a fork on two, right? It's a fork. As compared to if you place your queen on b3 without taking, when it's not a fork, he will take your bishop and now your queen is on c4. It's not even attacking b7, right? h6. Now black is clearly lagging
Right.
way too heavily in development. So that should have been his utmost priority. This is a very, very misdirected move, completely not understanding the what's happening, the priorities.
Yeah.
Um, black has up like two pawns uh, for for what white has, which is a mega lead, massive lead in development. Castles is right, development is always right, and now keep developing. Okay, okay. And queenside castle should very much should give you very promising ideas of attack due to all of these files are semi-open. All of these files are semi-open, and then this pawn can also
And
be
this troubles.
used to carve further squares. D5, mm, yeah, D5 cannot really be played. So yeah, I don't see this as much as a blunder. Yeah, this is a good move. Now he's you can one thing you can absolutely not allow is a queen exchange. You should even resign if a queen exchange is done. It's that bad. Okay, so that was a good move because basically you're trying to say that if you take with a knight or something, there's this, right? That's which is why he actually played king there first, and then you're centralizing the rook, which is not a bad move. Not a bad move at all. You're centralizing, aligning it with the queen, but one can feel that's where the rooks might put the maximum pressure on. And this is just a loss
Yeah.
of material, which is due to your last alignment of the rook against the queen. 90% of the tactics they all have to do with straight lines, alignments, whether it be vertical, horizontal, diagonal. It's always most of the times alignments. So now he's losing a piece. Oh, that's a piece. Oh, I see. I see. What you're trying to do is get another discover check on the queen. That's very nice, right? Oh, nice. You did get it. You got this. Then you got this. Now, a very nice move to further put problems for his development would be rook e8, pinning the knight, and the knight cannot come out. Knight cannot move then. And the rook is obviously very nicely placed, pinning the bishop too. And now it's mate because there is no stopping this back rank. The knight will go back, but the rook can take because of this pin. That's also mate. So this was a very nice game. That was actually a very nice Danish display. And exactly the compensation you have in the Danish. Now he did, of course, black, of course, aided you a lot by first of all not focusing on developing. Then
Okay.
secondly, not castling kingside. They cannot cancel queenside that easily. And yes, you were constantly doing that. You were constantly aligning your rook against the queen, and in the end, that basically gave him such a blow that it finished the game. It was game ending. So that was good. I'll look at your second game now. Copy link.
Link. Link.
Okay, that should open it. All right, 5 plus what is this? 5 plus 0. B4 E5, B4 E, C3 again the dash. Okay, so this time you're only going to be down 1 pawn. That's good. Take it. That's good. Very good development. And D5. Okay. Here E5 does not work. Not at least the bishop F7 ideas don't work. The queen is defended by the bishop, right? And also the rook is open, so even if the king moves away, the rook would still open the defense. So here E5 does not work at all, it seems. Now you have to go like queen E2 or something. Or maybe you're thinking, oh, actually yes, you can go bishop F7, king F7, knight E7, sorry, knight E5. The only problem there that you're going to face is when you do this, he is not going to take, and that would be even number of even material, except you just got this and this, right? The problem that you're going to face there is that your queens are okay. That is a move he should not make. I think this is the move he can make. And then when you do this, then they'll take this first, right? And now you don't have an intermezzo with the knight. And when you take the queen, then he will take this, and now he's at the piece. You see what happened? Very good. What the fuck?
The
Yeah,
Zoom,
yeah, Zoom ended. That I understand. The Zoom ended, but why was the camera off? Did this meeting also end?
because I started hearing double, so I was playing around with it.
You double what?
I started hearing you doubles you twice.
Okay, that only can happen with if you have because on Zoom I'm muted, so that can only happen if from this Twitch sharing and from your phone. So if your phone doesn't have volume, then you won't hear double. I guess now you have to send the Zoom meeting.
Okay. It won't matter which browser I use. No, fuck off.
Did you start a meeting?
I just sent it.
Okay. You clicked on it.
Why the hell am I hearing it twice?
You can only hear me twice if your phone or wherever you're viewing the stream from also is has volume.
Put yourself on mute on Zoom.
Zoom is not on yet.
Yes, yes. Your host.
I muted myself in Zoom, right? You see the screen? Can you see the screen? You can press it again.
I'll get it. Hold on. Because I have to go here. My notifications. Ugh. Love of loves. Stop asking me all these questions.
You
Okay.
can also video on Zoom.
What did you say?
I said you can turn off your video on Zoom. You don't need the video on Zoom.
I'm good
Actually,
now. It's only
actually, I
single.
think for better seeing, I think we are going to mute ourselves here on the
On Zoom?
no on Twitch, and we are actually going to do the full Zoom. We're gonna go fully on Zoom. We're gonna mute
Okay.
the mics. No, but if we mute the mics here, yeah, we cannot mute the mics here either because then they want to be on the stream.
Mm.
Hmm. So I guess that's
I'm
that's
freezing now. Freezing now.
concern. Oh, let me mute you first here also
Look at.
on Zoom. All right. Okay, nevertheless, can you see my screen? Let's just get on with it. Are you? Yeah, you can off your video on Zoom because that will um, put extra load on your CPU. That might cause you to lag or hang. Stream together has ended, it says. It says stream together has ended, so I have to restart or something. I sent you the invite on Twitch again. Can you access the Twitch? Okay.
Here.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen still on Zoom? Okay. Okay, we can move forward.
Yes, I can.
So this idea does not work because of the intermezzo of him first taking your queen. If he takes this, then of course this works, right? Then of course this works. And if he goes, for example, here, which would be a blunder because now when he does this, you will be able to save your piece by an intermezzo, and that is excellent for you, right? But it does not work if he goes even f8 because then your knight does not have uh, check. So you have to right now if you try to do anything that does not work, right? He will save the queen, right? You get it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do. I'm thinking until we figure this out, I just watch your stream and we get rid of me because you keep cutting out and I'm not hearing everything.
On Zoom, my audio or my video? That's good. So white is down a pawn, but there's in form of compensation, it has a better development, a better rook, and a lead. We should rather say a lead in development, a better rook, and a bishop pair on an open center, which are all good arguments. Now it doesn't have much compensation except the bishop pair. Black has caught up and unwind. Black has been able to unwind his pieces. Okay, 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 and mate. Yeah, it turned into a bit of a difficult fight. Yeah, the rook might have strayed on the wrong direction. Yet it seems like you're creating some stuff with this, but that's not enough. Two bishops and a rook. When he has decent piece play of his own, that's not enough to really harass him. Um, and if you make a rook lift to g3 and then you're not able to create enough play with that, then almost always a rook on g3 or g4 or somewhere wherever here is misplaced because otherwise it would rather be on open files or on central files, right? Then your rook was better here. So, and yes, it was not possible to create much here. And now this is the mate threat. And your bishop is hit. Only move is either this or to take the knight. Yeah, so basically black didn't make too many mistakes. And this simplified too much. The c5, all it did was simplify. You took the queen now, you took this now, and that's not you winning a pawn, that's you getting back the pawn. That's your e5 pawn. You're giving your e pawn for his d pawn. So that's you getting your pawn back. And then this is just exchange of pieces, right? So all it did was exchange of pieces, and then too many were exchanged for you to create any more. Okay, so I didn't even realize, but now neither yours video is on, neither mine is there on the stream. All there is a screen. And it again is telling me that stream has ended. Stream together has ended. Yeah, mine is not because mine was also going from this, from the same thing, from the stream together feature. That's why mine is not on. I didn't put mine separately on through OBS. Mine was also going from the stream, but now it says it's ended. Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, basically, yeah, this is just exchange pieces. The idea with E5 was not particularly effective, and like I said, this is not working. If this was working, then it is very much a very good idea. Um, but this is not working for the foretold reason that in the end he will win a piece here because of taking your queen as an intermezzo, and your queen is a defender of g4. All right, so that was your second game. I think that is it. Do you have any more games you want to look at? Okay. Yeah, what about it? Your browser cannot access the game from the internet. Yeah, let's end this first. I don't think that is needed. I just deleted it from OBS. Um, okay. Oh, there's Daniel Naritsky Memorial, but unfortunately, it will be not possible, and that is not possible on laptop 7 hours. So maybe it isn't. Let me go back. There's no way of that. Okay. This is really strategically complex line. It's extremely rich, and all the time the world is not enough to calculate the complications that can arise out of this. That's what I like about this, that you have to really be strategically creative along with being tactically creative, which most people are. But strategically creative is not what many people are. Well, the basic point is that this is a very big commitment because d4 is such a natural pressure point for black that that forms a major part of his counter attack, his counter pressure, his counter play on the white pieces. And with this move, the big drawback for black is that it is giving that pressure away. There's going to be no more pressure on d4. Why is it doing that? The reason is because a3 has been played, and now black will stop b3 from ever being executed. If this pawn was still on a2, then this is a horrible move because there's no upsides of it. There's only downsides and there's no upside. But now, what black will try to do is stop white from ever achieving this pawn break. So basically freezing this b2 pawn. What does that mean? That means that the files are not going to be open on the queen side, which means black is actually going to castle queenside, and it's going to be an opposite side castles game, but with a very weird additional features like the pawn chain of black pointing to its the queen side where his king will be instead of white's king, and the same will be the equation for white, which is why due to these very contrasting strategic features of this structure, um, is why it is that strategically complex and rich. All right, bishop d7. So this is an attempt to get b3, and this stops b3. That's all normal stuff in this line. And then after rook b1, there is additional way to stop this. Bishop d7 has stopped it already, because if then b4 or b3 is achieved, black will take en passant, and when they take back, we will not take back because after his rook is here, he can just take back. What we do is after this and that is um, so I can go 97. Yeah. Now if they go b3, we'll take, and then there will be bishop here, pinning the knight to the queen. Then there's a whole line where they will take. We will take their queen. They will take harvest. They will be down in exchange, but then they will get stuff for it. That's a very complex line. That's one of the ways the game can go. That has to be prepared with a computer first. That is something that you cannot just play. Yeah, that has to be either prepared for a computer, in which case you don't take this amount of time for it that white is taken. And if not, then you just cannot play this without seeing the whole thing. Yeah, yeah, no, this is not playable without preparation. And if White was prepared, he wouldn't have taken this much time. And this gets extremely complex. Of course, if anyone is using assistant, the other one would be lost very quickly. Yeah. And now this is not a move because knight takes, bishop takes, this wins the rook. So he got his bishop out of there. And now when I do this, he will get this with a check. And then he will get his knight here preparing to go here. So this is all the things he will get in return for the exchange. And of course, that looks much better for him. So instead of playing knight e7, black should have done something like probably bishop e7, after which he can simply slide over to f8. There is very perfectly fine with all of these intermezzos. There's no other move. There's no other move. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, this is not that easy to navigate yourself. If I've displaying all the best moves, then kudos. This is the move, then they will get this. Yeah, I remember some of it from some of the prep, but it's been very long since I looked at this line, and because this is computer crap, so I am not very usually very eager to look at this stuff. I remember Richard Rappelt and Vishwanathan Anand had a game not very long ago either, in 2020s, where they went into this whole line, and because they both have prepared it, they were able to draw it. But it went deep into, like, by move 20, they were still playing crap. So now the situation is that black is up in exchange, and this hits this, opens this up, but this will come. And I remember this also comes with a lot of problems. After bishop goes here, something like bishop d7 tries to get here, and there's no this rook to stop it. Yeah, I cannot fully recall. Yeah, after it takes this, rook d8, then he goes back to hit this and stuff like that. And trying to go give the exchange back, bishop takes, knight takes, or first he will do bishop takes. Yeah, first he will do bishop takes. So that is not an option right now. After this, black has to go rook d8. Again, near the move. And then he'll go back here. Takes, takes. He'll first have to take, and then I'm threatening a skewer. And the same thing if he takes knight f7, rook d8, knight g5. I can take here because I have a threat. If he takes, then rook takes, I'm threatening a skewer. If he doesn't take, if he takes an e6, uh, then I take, and it's still a skewer. So again, this is the bloody absolute top move. Um, that he had to play before knight going here. Look at your messenger. What's in messenger? Shouldn't have to be on general games for Twitch. One of the two reasons this like is down. It was Zoom. It was Zoom. It was doing that. Why can't I present yeah, if Stream Together actually allowed all of the features like screen sharing and all that, or a browser sharing and all that, then of course we would have done it from there. I could not find more features that we could do it right from that thing itself, the Twitch meeting itself. So the way to do it was then we had to find a way to do it where you could also see the screen. But yeah, the sync was not there then because the Twitch audio is reaching you later. The Zoom share screen is being shown a couple seconds earlier. Yeah, this is again the best move. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is getting ridiculous. So now what I would like to do is h6 and then go here so that his knight only has this square. After I take it. But even then, I won't be able to actually win that pawn because the bishop really defends it like that. Yeah, it's just terrible. This is also a very weird move. Human would generally do this, so that black takes and knight gets here and hits e6. Here, what he's doing is he's giving me this option of the open FR, this one rather, which doesn't look right, but I'm just now very skeptical of this guy. I think I should put the other hook there. This one might be needed, yeah. Put pressure here. Well, I cannot put pressure on any of his dark ones after that. Whatever. Yeah, he might go knight d6 anyways. Takes, pawn takes. Yeah, yeah, that's what he's going to do. And on any knight jumps to attempt to put more pressure, he will have bishop d7 hitting the space. And he wants to do knight d6 so that after this pawn comes here, then there's also a frontal attack on here. So this is that far of a move that he's actually not preparing anything about this knight. He's going to play this simply. This is played so that this does not hit f2, which is, yeah, not very even 2100-ish level of sight. 351 games 9 months ago. Piece of shit. Yeah, I've lost my will to try because I know that's I'll basically have to let his knight stay on d6. Then he will go bishop a here. Yeah, and look here. The fuck away, fucking what? Yeah, so he needs to do this, and which is why he's preparing his defending f4. He's not worried about this, because that tactically works. For one move, that's all he needs. Because in one move, he needed to defend this, and now he's ready to go bishop h3 before I could get rid of this pawn. So everything works out in absolute thread in the needle timing and that accuracy. Objectively, if I forget what this guy's doing, objectively speaking, black is not at material anymore because for being up the exchange, white has the extra pawns and the quality of those pawns are very good. And there's no easy ways to ruin the quality of those pawns because also black is not able to generate pressure anywhere. Now these are some attempts by black to generate pressure, but I know the guy is going to play very accurately like this. He's preparing in the long run f5. Did you call me chief? No, chief. Yeah, he's hitting this, preparing f5, if I say this. So again, that is not a resource by someone of this rating or someone of this account. Hmm. Now the thing is that this works because the bishop is defending this way. Just ridiculous. And now I cannot save this pawn really in the long run. Hmm. Yep, that was the move he had to play. Otherwise, I was going to play h4. And now this is the fixed pawn on light squares. He will go here, and I'll have to either make my rook very passive, defending it, or he'll pick it up. Yeah, so I don't mind this. I was playing an absolute piece of shit. Up yours, draw. He's offering a draw. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, no draw. I'm gonna resign because I don't want him to play some poor moves just to get out of the involved. I want this computer analysis to show how great of a player he is with. Yeah, I know why that's the ball. He's afraid now. See, there's no mistake really done by black, and that is what computer play looks like. See that? Five ACL. It doesn't scroll down. Accuracy would be like 99%. This is what computer play looks like. Black did nothing big, no big mistake, yet it's +2. Yeah, I could feel it immediately. This is what computer play looks like, which is why he offered a draw. Because now he was afraid that, okay, he played too a little too well. Yeah, I know all of this. This is line and this is prep, but not his prep. And those who have it prep, they don't play it, they don't go sing down to 8 minutes by this time. Those who have it prep, they take 20 seconds reaching here. Yeah, so shit. I don't report people often, but I will take some time out of my day for this one. The top 64, the moderator, what's the matter? The matter is a cheat. Description, paste the link. Figure it out yourself, Mr. Moderators. Okay. Nevertheless, I think we should do casual with these shapes. We'll continuously show up otherwise. More frequently on graded games. Okay. The tabia position of the Jabama, the bishop f5. This is not objectively advised, but this is a fun thing to do. He's well prepared for a queenside castle because he did this. I think I need to play 3 in one of these. Yeah, I'll play it later, but it would have been better to not lie this because my queen was better placed here. Castle, you can take. It says waiting for host to let you in. I have 99% the in Danish facility going. It's very, very different what I spotted. I spotted the guy's play. I spotted it from guy's play, not necessarily his. It's very different when your opponent blunders, and it's very different when you saw, as in my case, there were two inaccuracies. There was not even any. There's no significant mistake or significant blunder you can point out to. Oh, this is why black is losing, and that's happens when you play the computers. Okay, so a3 gets a double edge in the long run. There will be b4. So a3 is something I don't want to do, but on the other hand, I need my queen d3 because I'm going g5, g6 next. I'll go g5 first. Which I don't think is good because... Okay, this is good. He needed to do knight h5. So this guy, for example, I can immediately tell is not using any assistance. Okay, he's going knight h5 now. But isn't that a pin? I think that is a pin. Bishop takes, rook takes. Yeah, he cannot even take the knight because... oh, he's going to go g6. He's going to go g6, and there's no further ways to attack the knight immediately. And he will castle next. Should I go g6 first? Yeah, I should go g6 first, so that he doesn't get a g6 hit. It says waiting for host to let you in. Where? Where does it say that? I thought the meeting, I ended the meeting. Okay. This appears to be the best idea. Okay. So he has put up decent defenses. I don't see any immediate cracking cracking in routes. It has nothing to do with room I knock. Knock? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I think okay, the Twitch meeting, yeah, maybe that one. Yeah, I'm not on that anymore. That's not open here on my end. So this guy has put up takes here, knight here, takes here, knight here. He will castle next. And once he castles, then the knight's not pinned anymore. Yes, yes. Takes. I want to sack my knight on b5 when he castles. Maybe that's too much. My queen's not in d3. Yeah, my white queen wants to be on d3. It's unfortunately not. And if I go a3, then king d3. That's too slow. I can go e4. e4, bishop takes, knight takes, rook takes. And if queen takes, then rook takes. e4 is interesting. e4 is interesting. Bishop takes, yeah. e4 castles, e5, knight takes. Yeah, e4 comes with this threat. So maybe e4, bishop takes, knight takes, and then castles. No, because then I take the knight. Yeah, e4 looks a bit... e4 is the question you'll have to answer. You cannot castle with e5, and e4 take, takes. Still he cannot castle. I take the knight. And e4 takes, takes. Either queen takes or knight takes, doesn't matter. This is two rooks. Yeah, it's very the diagonal. It's very hmm. I don't have time for slow stuff. He just castles. Once he castles, I'm feeling like, even though I should not feel like that, I think I have decent um, structural advantages. So if I take this, that's an isolated pawn. If I could have played it positionally as well, but I feel like I have to strike now, otherwise he castles. Yeah, e4 is a tough question to answer. Yeah. Now you cannot cancel because I still take the knight, so you have to go g6. Pawn takes g6. Yes. Now I was thinking takes, or maybe takes. You can then cancel. Takes. Hmm. Takes. Simply remove the rook d7 or something, and eventually we'll get on here. Yeah. Yeah. Don't know. I can play it again in a long-term manner. I can play rook. Yeah. The castles. No, no. I'll just cancel. Not in a mood to think much. What do you do? Oh, okay. Now I have a check on the opening file, which also unpins. Right. I can also take this. Yeah, he cannot have taken, yeah. Now he's definitely lost. Like it should be like at least plus two over that. Plus two, plus two. Takes what, queen d6? I don't want to calculate. I'll see what he plays. And only then calculate. Okay. I'm going to play for a bit, be back in a bit, alright. Queen here, he castles. He cannot cancel because this is the fork. So I'm just playing from field. There's no checks or anything. He cannot cancel. That's all I'm saying. I'm not calculating anything. This is exact. That is good. That is what you could have done. But check here. Okay. Rook takes. Pawn takes. This takes. King here. This check. Takes the knight. This check. King here. C3 ready to prepare the knight, but oh, okay. If my king was not here, then I would have done c4 check instead of queen here. Then c4 check, if this takes or this takes, then well, pawn takes would be made. Okay. And, yeah. Rook takes, pawn takes. If rook takes, then after this check and here, what did I have? I had something. If I can sack my queen from here, then this would be well, not able to retain my calculations. Queen check. Rook, rook takes. Check, 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 check. No, no, no. I forgot. This does not simplify because in the end he will take the knight. That's how it is. Base scenario in there. I guess just move my rook. I can check and go. I don't know. I can check here and force an exchange. After queen here, you can check. Yeah, force exchange. All right. If this is not a check, I would have had rook takes knight on queen f4. Here's a check. Here's a check. Here's a check. Yeah, yeah. That's not the mess. He's gonna annoy me now, isn't it? You shouldn't play rook e6 to defend the pawn because you'll go here. My king is in a dark square, my rook is in a light square, so it cannot be fought. This will be a problem. D5 is the move. Now I'm having king and rook. Both are unlike square. They can be forked here and they can be forked here, but this knight cannot access those squares. And the knight is also kind of trapped. Yeah, it is trapped. It was trapped. If he had gone with the rook, he should have gone with the rook. No timing. This is this is a tough move to make. Yeah, he's going for a draw or something. No, it's not a draw. It's a loss. I'm not in time to do much about it. Yep. No time in the end. It was obviously winning throughout the middle game. Cannot get low on time that much. Yeah, I cannot allow this queen check to exchange. Even though, yeah, mm, it was still even, obviously. That's not an outside passer that could have given that much problems. Yeah, here, without a doubt, without a doubt, white is crushing. But in explaining so much, I got long time. Should be a better way to completely. It's plus three, like I said. Before check. Yeah, I thought about queen g4 check. There's no follow up. I guess it keeps him out. Not allows him to answer. Mm. Yeah, that stops. That stops queen f4. The thing is, you generally don't want to move your rook from here with this way swinging the pawn. You don't want to move this rook from here. So that's not generally where I'm looking. And it goes from plus three straight away, plus four straight away. Nothing. Yeah, fuck this. I'm trying to put this up. I don't have to explain much into one. That's very unfortunate. Exactly what I teach not to be done. This is the only way. You can get in trouble immediately in the Rubinstein in these lines. Then it was 61. I didn't even see that. Yeah, yeah. It's designed against that. Well, what the? That's not even working. Bullet not fucking possible in the mouse. Yeah, I think streaming is fucking sucks, man. Can't do anything. They need to make streaming for fun. You can't play with this stupid fucking mouse. Make it fun and I'll show you what. I'll show you 1.0. Is this rated? Oh, stupid. Why am I playing rated? But yeah. 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 clicking mouse. Why the fuck do I keep starting reading? I keep starting reading games. The bishop is trapped if I don't go a3. I don't want to go a3. Yeah, I should have gone knight f6 first. Did it. Trapped? No. Yeah, trapped. Trapped because queen f8 is mate. There's no squares on this file, there's no squares otherwise. Counter-attack my queen is what he can do. Um, take, take, check. Um, Fucking killer person, right? Oh, no idea. Go to the lobby and find a catcher so that this shit stops happening. Stops at least affecting. Mouse is too slow, and because of that, psychologically, it keeps the pressure that I won't be able to do the 1 second increment in time, even if I start trying to bring moving. Yeah, okay. It's fucking ridiculous. So fucking ridiculous. So, yeah, but it is not from us as far as um concerned. The people play it. Start playing it when they start playing online chess, where they start with the playing on the mouse, so they're more accustomed to that. That way, I'm playing done both with this two winning. See how long it takes. Okay, and this is bad. Stupid. Does it feel like that? No, it does not. How long are you gonna keep running from something you haven't calculated, whether it's working or not? How long are you gonna blindly run? Mm, finally, finally, he did calculate that. You don't want to do it. Kinda have to. He went down. He's coming far later. You should be mated, but he won't be because my mouse can't move for shit. Run. Unfair life. Now it. Hmm. Now it's not moving at all. Generally, you don't want this blocked, but he's going to castle queen side. That's or not. Hmm. Now we have to see any. Oh, okay. This knight is now kind of in the way of achieving fast-paced uh, pawn hits. He didn't pay attention to my last move, which was pinning his um, takes c6. I didn't pay attention to that. His kid is hanging all the time. It's taking too much time to play rubbish. No, there's no discovery check or anything. And if he plays knight takes b5, I can go here after taking here. But I would have actually sacked mine. queen and got rid of his last piece so that the conversion becomes easier. Yeah, this does not work. Let's go back from the Soviet browser. Okay, let's go in French. So then stand French. Cyberpunk. This is a stupid move. If black doesn't pre-move, but if black pre-moves, then this is very good now. John 3 minutes ago. Why are they making play people with John 3 minutes ago? Hmm. Anyone over to 22, 2300 would have gone D5. So I'm guessing he is around 2100-ish or 2000, maybe. I'm looking into some ideas, but I'm inviting them also. Okay, you didn't miss that. You didn't miss that either. Finally, I might get a piece. I don't mind giving the bishop. Good decision. Black still has to be careful. Still have to be careful. Yep, C3. Is this too stupid? Yes, it is. Oh, I'll invite. No, I also cannot set a trick against this because after knight h5, bishop takes h5 too. Not giving me time for anything. Oh, perfect. No time. No increments. Just lost due to time. And position it is winning, it doesn't have a forward piece. He doesn't have anything for the piece. That's not even an argument. It's not even a discussion. That's true. That's true. That's the funniest thing. Yeah, like, mate, already mate, queen, then back rank, check fork, queen pin, mate, mate, hmm, removing the guard, removing the guard, so it's mate, check, check, then the motion, mate, remove the guard, remove the guard, rook, check, food, that was getting there, stop with the motion, mate, I can take, was there a knight seated somewhere? It looks like a queen trap, so this is it. Yeah, this is check. Also, looks like I can attack again. Yeah. And before, queen before, bishop b2. Yeah. This is covered by the knight. No, that's not a problem. Mate, takes, takes. How do I push this? Seems like I can. No. Oh, ace mate. Pawn mate. Set up a discover. Take the bishop. There's a knight check and there's a mate. If he goes to the fed, now it's not mate. It's one I get. In 50s on the other account. Ready for what? Who am I really without what's coming to me? What is your way? What is your way? It was queen h6 as defense against mate. That actually threatens mate, but it was his move after that, so copy added this was. Queen was trapped. b7 is covered by the bishop, so the rook cannot come back. Cannot see the timing of the message, so I have no idea when they were sent. Okay, so that's mate. No, it is not. Yes, yes. But they will be made in a staircase fashion. If you didn't give the bishop up, the bishop will be stretched on two diagonals. That was mate. That's mate. Yep, that's a skewer. That's a fork. I cannot walk into a check. I only have one pawn left. That's a winning pawn in doing. So I have to go the other way and fork and get this pawn. Apparently it was not winning enough. Removing the guard, overloaded piece. Mate, queen check fork, mate, skewer, winning pawn wing because of the answer. I'm not getting in the box. I'm not getting in the box, so I have to push out queen to the tower, get my queen back and stop mate. It still be up or rook. Alright, discover to attack. Check, next, then mate, then so exchange, then exchange, skewer becomes an artist. He wants to fuck my rook, so don't say anything else. So I guess mate, 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 into take the rook. If it takes the pawn, I can go there. I don't need to do much. Yeah. Few moves, this or this. After this, let's see. That was the only move that is coming continuously with temples. Queen check four. Oh, queen takes bishop takes this rook in the end. There's a rook that kind of that comes. No scroll bar. No scroll bar in the OBS browser. I don't know why they don't fix that. Yes. Then I think this first. What's the difference? Oh, the difference is yes, it checks first, then comes back. So I have to do this first. That's made in two. Takes winning pawn ending. An extra pawn. Check. Queen check fork. Takes. Oh, the h file is open. Discovered. Pin. Uh, then takes. Then queen check. Knight f7, rook f7, rook g8, king g8, queen g5, king h8. Then what? Rook g1. Rook g1. Mate, mate, fork, knight fork. Then Mate. False mate. Discovered. Mate. Rook c8, rook c8, rook c8, bishop f8. Queen f6. Rook d8, rook d8, bishop f8. Bishop c5. That's my threat. If he takes my bishop. Oh, I had to give a tempo on his queen. I had to give a tempo on his queen. Double attack. One, here, ladder mate, mate, also discover, mate, wins a piece, remove the guards. Um, this mate, not mate, but with the screen. Wins the knight, back rank, mate. Rook f2, bishop f2, queen f2, king h1, and I push the d pawn. He'll have to sack his king. Queen check 5. Oh, that's my own king. Mate, mate. That doesn't seem to do much. Oh, I'm on the look here. Didn't see this coming. That fine. I guess this should also be winning pawn ending. Should be winning pawn ending. Quite easily. This mate. Intermezzo first, then take the queen. Take the bishop, take the bishop. Deep on a spin. What is this? He pushes the pawn. Oh wait. Yeah, knight f2 is checkmate. So he cannot do that. That was a nice one. Take and take. There's no checks. Queen e8 discovered. Queen s7 discovered. Check and then take the knight. Queen is defended by the rook. There's this check if I move mine. We should also retain information. Maybe it would just exchange the queen and take the a2. And that pawn was too close to the motion. I can tell who's here, who's not got me, because I don't see the time of the messages when they were sent. Okay, let's go, let's go. Check for the bishop back, take the rook. This check, mate, let's go, mate, let's go. G4 and mate, mate. That rank is not there because he has created a lost. But I get a stroke with the rook check fork. Bishop is it, but I hit this with the check, and he goes king e2. I don't have any more checks. So maybe I just take and take it that rook. I'm still getting one extra rook. Check, check. Back, and I get the knight. Check, and I get the rook. King check, so ladder. Check and pawn fork. Check, and you remove the guard of the queen, so it's fork to take. This is a no-brainer. We don't calculate. Take. Oh no. Yes, it's good enough. Then, and then I pin the bishop again. King at h2. When you're what? I just, I said just in and out. I said just write a messenger when you're ready. Right what? This is the back rank. Mate, then some back rank. Yeah, back rank. And there will be queen g2 in the end. I'll take and just take the bishop fork, queen trap. No, but to avoid the queen trap, he has to give the knight. This is nice. Arabian. Back rank scenes are there. And yes, this then fork of the queen. The Petrosian fork. I get the pawn, and that should be enough to get his place. And we can play plates. So that's a rock. Up. Nothing else makes a lot of sense. So, intermassive, I'll take that one. Pieces are even. Check and just start pushing the pawn. Breaks and the rook is guarded. Check, check, and he cannot defend. Yeah, this also. Pin off the queen. And take this first and win a piece. Check there, back check. That didn't quite work. Oh, the dovetail pattern. Display. Queen g3, knight e2, queen h3 is not possible, queen f3 is not possible. There's one check with the rook, but that doesn't do it. I said just write nothing there when you're ready. I don't know what to write in messenger. Okay, so rook is on e7, so this is knight. This is knight. If he goes to e7. If he goes to g8, it's still mate. So I can pick up the rook, hide the king, back, rank, f7 on e7. fork, and then the knight goes to g6, 8-7 and f7. Um, yeah, I can do that. And then if you went to king h8, then you lose the queen anyways. There's no fork on the knight, or knight fork on the queen. Oh, it's the same thing. Dovetail pattern. Right. Use. So discard. I get the rook. Then give a check. He has to go up. And can't stop queening. That's much. That's a fork. Queen trap. No, let's queen b6. Let's queen b6. g4 doesn't do anything. Knight doesn't threaten the queen. Knight c5 threatens mate. Yeah, that's a difficult one to defend, so he gives up the queen. Takes and takes. Jack can pick up the bishop. Take this first. Get the position. And go the other way. Pick up the bishop. That's g7 pinned. Takes check. Takes rook takes. I take. He takes my bishop. I take his. Takes, and that removes the guard of d7. Takes with the check first. Then take. Takes rook e1 or direct rook e1 is better. Takes and break through. This out there. If he goes h7, then rook h8, queen h6, queen g7. But he goes f7. This, and he goes here. Then I don't know. It's worse and stuff. So maybe I go here. I go here. Yeah, it's quite simple. Check. And so check. Take this. Mate. 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 Dark square check. That was a mouse flip. Check and back. Side rank. Side back rank. Still a winning pawn and then. Check and pick up the bishop. Check and pick up the rook. Pick up the rook first. Yeah. There's no back rank. There was h3. Yeah, I've already played that. Puts the pawn. Because that check. Yeah. Knight is covering all the squares he needs to. Takes, lose one. Okay, I'll create a passing. He's already, yeah, he's not in the box. Mate, minus 7 and mate. Picks up the rook. Mate, fork, mate. I'm getting a knight. Getting a knight again. Getting a rook. Attraction to fork. getting an exchange, getting a piece. Um, to fold. Well, I should first take. No, that's a fold. With two pieces. Rook h2. Destruction. Exchanging the pawn. Exchanging the bishop. It's a winning pawn ending. G6 is made, so king f7 makes a mating match. The queen is hanging. I guess knight f3. And then in the end, I also get the knight, so he has to give up an exchange. This traps the queen. And then here's this. Oh, then this traps the queen. Here's this. And this traps the queen. And let's see, I think that's the only thing you, yeah, I can defend it. That also vacates g8 for the rook to come in for the third defender task. First, take that up, get two pieces and get the passer. Um, let's check. Discovered. King d6, knight e7, king e7. Yeah, not quite clear. Not that clear. I'll just get the queen. There was a mate. Back rank. Queen's not defended. Queen. Get the queen. This is not very clear. I guess I thought he goes c4, I take his knight, take my bishop, and take his bishop, check. Oh, he had also knight c4. Rook takes knight was not a tactic. There's nothing there. No, I can see at least. Discovered ladder, kind of mate, fork. I save it. It's not trapped. In the pawn stop. Now if I just push this and then I just something. Defensive, but if I push this, king comes up, I push this, king comes up, I push this, that's not defensible. The knight, yeah, I'll push this to get the knight here. Then push this. Alright. Maybe the order was to be done in the different order. Yes, pull. Yeah, this one was we did. Check, check, bishop, pins the knight. Yeah, and then at the end of it, I also have better pin off the he cannot develop. There's this. I guess just keep that up. Discovered a knight promotion. Knight. Not exactly, but I get the rook. Bishop, so check, check. Bishop e8. Takes, check. No, bishop e8, I just take the rook. Bishop as the defender of the rook. Okay, knight 4 gets the queen. That's a back rank. That's a side rank. That's a mate. That's rook f1 and queen here. Gets the rook. There's a check. Leads to mate. Doesn't lead to that was mate right there. f5 traps the bishop. Takes queen, yeah, that's mate. Removes the guard. Rook picks up that. Discovered attack. Knight f5. Seven's mate. That was very hard to figure out how to defend for black. Takes, 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 takes. Yeah, okay. Take the queen. Because now we get the knight. Here and there is mate. That's a fork. Hard shoulder the king. Yeah, I can get his queen because it's forced. Then the bishop, win the bishop. Takes, takes back, takes back, takes. Oh, I should have taken the queen. Yeah, why the? Okay, whatever. Deflection and then queen with a check. Oh, there's a knight check. Then, oh, almost, almost dropped, but not quite. Takes, takes. Doesn't look it does anything, so this, that's a check. King e8. I'm down a piece. E8. There's no check with the queen. Knight f6. Bishop f. Yeah, touch backs. Whatever it's too small. Bishop f check. Mm, 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 mm. 96 does nothing. 96 does nothing. 97 king e8 does nothing. Oh, I just take the bishop. They distract you by trying to pose it as a mate puzzle. That's a fork, and this is an intermezzo. It's a tempo move. Check. No, this is mate threat that cannot be avoided. Hmm. 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 Yeah. Time run out. Okay, I'll just do. Okay, let's do it again. Okay, that's it. I'm just going for the stone wall. This is the stone wall structure. Then they have pawns like this. That's the stone wall. Okay. How do I climb the stone wall? Even though usually I do S3. Alright. He's gonna get his bishop out from that diagonal. It's not needed here anymore. It's not an issue. That was not a very rich thought out move by black. That bishop could have made life difficult by maneuvering places. He's exchanging pieces, he's trying to just exchange pieces. And then he is left with a long and a weakness. However, I understand this decision. Um, it's gonna be f6. Alright. And I think that I need to move a knight from e5. Hmm? Because this is now not worth it. If I do this way, then there's always this to be worried about, which weakens everything that's very weak. And if I do this, then he has the open file, which I'm not particularly worried about. If he goes queen f7, I cannot do rook f1 because that would be back rank. Okay, so that's just he's just going for he's just going for draw. If this ever happens, I have to always do this because oh, and then he would come in with the king. And I don't have time for this takes because he takes and g4 he sits on king f4 and I don't have a passer, so I'm one tempo short for that. And he's now going to yeah, that was not this is a losing point in game, which is kind of weird that he was able to go all the way there. I should have saved my tempos. Oh, now he's got it blocked completely because he's never taking it. Yeah, so that's the losing pawn ending, quite simply. Last attempt. It's not even really an attempt. Yeah, because that's not they are not passes. Yeah, and now it's important he doesn't take. I need to stop playing fucking rated again and again. I forget. Mouse is not made to be played bullet. As far as I'm concerned on my hand is concerned. I can play bullet on phone, but Mm, Blame it myself. Now, if 2 is not defensible, so it ends. Yeah, so that's how I play bullet on fucking phone versus on the computer with the mouse. So that's the difference of speed when I play with a mouse and when I play on computer. When I play on phone with the fingers. Also, C6 is the best for when you want to do this F3 G4 business. Other two moves are A6 and E6 that they have generally with bishop F5, and those objectively are objectively the F3 G4 ideas they aren't that attractive. This 2+1 feels like they have entirety to make a move. Now he should not take, he should go here. If he takes, then that is a very difficult position for him. Makes sense. Makes sense. You wanna sack? Actually, you can because there's also knight c4. Takes knight c4. Before queen a3, then knight b1. And after queen a3, then I escape here. No. E4 is a good move. Striking in the center, asking questions that if you don't do anything, then I take here. So that is a game. That's a good move by him. Or should I take here then? Whatever opens up can be bad for me. Unless I'm trying to go e3 then. Because then it'll be bad for me to have d5 open. But he will cancel next move. There's too much stuff to get out with the tempo. Don't like anything. Don't like any of it. The more I see, the more I want to do e3. In which case, this was not helping me. Huh, that's not adventurous. Hmm. Yeah. Again, I cannot even make moves fast enough. Here I wanted to do b3 first before he can go. Even though I'm prepared in advance. Yep. Oh, this is something I was not wanting to play at all because the knight comes here. Terrible. His knight is pinned. So you have 3 seconds. I'm basically pre-moving. Lost the pawn because what I thought piece of shit. He's making random moves just to fly. Yep. Again, I also have the end time. I'm going for a draw. Not draw. Have a good time. That doesn't work because rook takes. It's a casual game. Those are getting that worked out. It's a casual game. Okay. The opponent. This guy again. So French advanced. Did we play A3 last time? Is this the guy who played A3? Oh, is this the guy who reported? No, that was someone else. That was someone else. Right? Yeah, I think that was someone else. I think. They keep going for this. Bullshit. I forgot. It's King D8 or King E7 was not there. Also, is this the guy I reported? What's the first game? No, that was I think a different guy. This one did get in trouble, I think. But then he played well after that. I don't know. Screw it. Oh yeah, he takes it a check and then he takes that. Not sure about this. Is this how it goes? Yeah, I think I have a better version than the last game because in the last game, Bishop E2 and Bishop E7, or 97, yeah, 97 was included there. And here my Bishop is on E7. So that's better. But he keeps finding the best move after getting into this position. Then from here on he plays like, yeah, that shouldn't have been allowed. This guy over here is beautiful. Yeah, see, these ideas, man. These ideas are not. What is this? Yeah, and bullet advise you not playing 1+0. I'm playing this because I can play 1+0 on a computer. These ideas are not very normal. They are very, very, let's say, strong. No time. E6 will be hit, and there will be no defense. No time. No scroll in the base browser. So you can't place it at any point. So you got a long time while doing nothing. It was kind of you got a bit of, I would say, better, little bit better looking pieces. Um, oh, this is possible. I see. It's possible because the queen will move. The white queen is not defended. Oh, this was missed. This was missed. Completely even. But now he's put his queen to behind. He's trying to be ambitious now. The whole game he has done nothing. He's just been solid. And right at the end, he starts being getting ambitious, and that's when Black also gets his chances because he got too ambitious, and now his queen and knight are very much far away from his own king. I don't think you need it on is my point. No zone. There is no zone. I'm not doing any zone right now. Waiting for host. You ready? The host will let you know when you're ready. Okay. Okay. I'll check. Get this off first. Okay, I'll check. Shortening. Wait, accept. Kornige isn't here yet, it says. It's the same thing. I'm sure the start anyway. Trust in it. Okay, I'll start a new one. I'll invite you. Yeah. Send an invite. The invite has been sent.
You're going to grind my nerves. Do I lose my mind too? I'm just reminding God we're still here. Brother Pratt, he knows. Why hasn't he brought my avatar? You continue searching for your wife. She must also begin to search inside herself for acceptance.
So I do that. Stream this video on your channel. No.
Huh?
Oh, you can hear me.
I can.
So, but you can't. Can you see me or no?
I can see you here, but you're not being seen on the stream. And on the other hand,
I think
I
this
can
is
hear
where I
your
plug
audio
in.
from on the stream too, I think.
I think this is where I plug in, and when you're like, I plug in that to my OBS, and so it connects to your stream, but we do not need Zoom, and then you're just going to hear the audio and the video will still be on your stream. I think.
Right.
I don't remember how I did it.
Because as far as I'm understanding it, your OBS has nothing to do with the stream because whatever you put on OBS, it cannot run here.
I think it does.
Huh?
I think it does. I think it
Can,
does.
okay, then try. There's only one way to find out.
But I don't remember how I did it. So then I'm going to go to your Twitch. All right, I'm here. But I need.
What was that? Just a week. Well, then she has been reinvigorated. Yeah, we spotted them not 3 days ago. Very much like a bird, a boy, another female.
I don't know how I did it last time. Oh, I do. I do know. I got it. Okay. Then it's going to go here. You did invite me. So I go. No. Almost. No.
Where we headed? Tough ride, you certain?
Can I do that? Oh, that's going to work. Did that work? No. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Let me see your. Okay. And now I'll show your stream.
Huh?
Now do your stream. Do whatever you do.
No, but how are you going to see anything? And also now,
I'm seeing
if
it right now.
you're seeing it right now, but there's a delay. Do you realize that when you see the stream, if you between the stream and this call that we are having, this on Twitch, there's a delay. There's a lag.
I don't think it's going to be like anymore without Zoom.
I'm hearing it right now in my one ear. There's an earphone that is telling me when it's being said in the stream, and on laptop you're open. So what you're saying is being heard like 3 seconds later on the stream,
When
whereas on the
we're
laptop it's immediate.
I hear you immediately now. Last time it was like a 7-second delay.
All right, let's see. What do you want to do?
Do a puzzle. Puzzles. I don't care. But then, can I go straight to your stream from here? I think I can, and not even worry about it on that, and just look here. But if I close this out, can you? Are you hearing double of me?
No, because on my phone, the phone is linked to the headphone. So if I take the headphones out, then I won't listen double of you. But I've put one headphone on one ear just to realize how much the lag is. If I take that out, then I think there won't be any issue. If you're here, like if you're getting me immediately,
Yeah.
then with the voice there won't be any issue. But my actions on the screen, whatever, if I draw arrows or if I do something, that will be off. Well, what we are talking about, if I do something on the screen right then, you will see it 3 seconds later. So that's where the
I
coordinating problem will be.
I don't think so. We'll see.
All right, we can try.
But I took my headphones off. But it looks like I'm frozen now. But I'm just.
No, you're not frozen. I see
I'm
you. You're moving.
so cold. But I don't see. Let me refresh, and because I'm just looking at your Twitch page.
And I'm looking at the stream on the phone, and there you're moving fine. You can see the puzzle on the stream.
I can, but now I'm hearing double again.
Well, yeah, because one is from the Twitch and the other is from the stream.
So if I close out,
You have to mute the
I'm gonna lose
stream.
this. Oh, not me. Not that. Mute audio. Okay. I think I have.
There's a mute button
Damn
on
it,
the
I don't.
stream. When there's a mute button on the stream right
I
there.
know.
So now that the stream is muted, you won't hear two of me, but you will see the actions later on the stream, what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
If I draw arrow right now. Get it?
All right. I got the double voices off.
By
So
muting the
now
stream,
I'm
right?
seeing a puzzle. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you?
Okay. Yeah. Talk here. That's a universal here. Okay. So there's a bit of a lag, but yeah, there's about 3 seconds, but it's not as bad as it was, I don't think. So you're looking at a puzzle, the 3 rooks on the D file.
Yeah. Black
Rook
to
D3
move.
just played. Black to
Yeah.
move. So if rook checks, I'd go rook E1 check. Maybe. Not. I was looking at rook E1, then rook takes H4.
Rook E1. Bishop takes E1.
Fuck. Okay, so
Now I
let's
drew the arrow
reverse
as
that
I
order.
was saying that. Now see how long it takes you to see the arrow on the screen.
Yes, I
See
do.
that? That's what I was talking about.
Why?
Why? Because, like I said, when we are doing the stream, whatever I'm doing here, it appears at least 2-3 seconds later on the stream.
It's not as bad as it was.
Yeah, but the lag
But
is
it
still
does.
going to be there.
Why is it there? Is it always going to be there?
It is
Or
there
is
on
it?
it is there on the stream. Whenever I stream, whenever anybody streams, uh, this and if you like open your stream on a different device, you will always see it happen 3 to 3 4 seconds later. Then as live you are doing it. That's always been the case with the stream. If you actually listen to your own stream, then you will realize this that uh, if you like open your stream on a different device, then you will see immediately that there's a lag, and there's always been a lag. So what we are doing is you are immediately hearing my audio because that is on a call, whereas the video is being streamed. That's where you're picking it up. The only way to solve this is if they gave us the option of having the you know um, interaction browser on that Twitch joint call, which I don't think they do.
I'm sure there's technical capabilities out there. I know there is. But, okay, I see. Rook takes h4. Rook
Yes.
check. This rook takes h4.
Rook takes h4. Let's say rook
Rook
g.
d1 check. d8
Yeah,
check.
yeah.
King g7. Or actually, yeah, king g7.
What about that?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why yet, but it will be. Queen. Yeah. Queen takes g4, 5. Rook takes back.
And you have these three extra pawns that will now be easy conversion. All
That's
right,
right.
my
That's right.
turn.
Damn it! What's your puzzle rating?
This is starting. This is the first puzzle ever done on this account, so the rating is still provisional at 1500.
I was so proud. Damn it! That is
That
bullshit.
was basically
Let's
picking
get
up
this
an extra hanging piece as bishop on h4. That was that
right.
what the puzzle was.
This is going to be a fork of some sort, I think, because if I go with actually, do I go king move? Maybe I just go king to c6. Yeah, king c6. I would go in a game. It's not right, is it? If I get hit by a branch,
King c6 hits the knight. The knight has to move. Do you see
where
this?
yeah, I didn't see that, and I should see that immediately, huh?
Well, I didn't see it immediately, so maybe you shouldn't either. But
Thank you.
you do have to see it in the end. The thing is, if you start this,
Yeah.
then the king is hitting the knight, and if you sack the knight, let the king capture it, the king is still in time.
Mm-hmm. I don't see you live,
Yeah, because I
but
had to
I guess it doesn't
replace
matter.
I had to replace the OBS video camera with the stream one. And now I think if I go to the stream and then input the camera there, then I will be visible.
Then it'll be what?
Then I'll be on video on the call. Where right now I think, yeah, where right now my profile picture is showing, and you are visible,
People might think I just have a really low voice.
huh?
Nothing. Sorry. I'm joking. People might think I have a really low voice. Just really good at chess too.
This check. The
So,
problem is I don't see it being forcing at all.
because he could still go and grab the knight.
Exactly. Like what's
But I do
keeping it?
like the
What's
king
stopping it?
going c6, because where does the knight go? I guess he goes to c3.
Yeah.
And then I go all right, h4, king there. Oh, shit. This is
Maybe
a little
after
bit more difficult than
h4,
I thought.
king e2, you can do knight here. Yeah. h4, king e2, knight d2. King, of course, should not be able to take because after this is not in time to reach back. This is a queen, right? So knight e2
I
will be
like
a
that.
move, right? But I doubt that they're giving me this at 1600
Right?
range.
And that's the thing. You get used to these puzzles of what their patterns are. You're like, yeah, this is what I would do, and this kind of makes sense, but it's not their puzzle
Yeah. Knight
type,
in
and you
games,
get used to that. So I think it's more harming.
yeah. Botvinnik said this about the knight in games, that knight in games are essentially pawn in games. So it's pure move by
Who
move
said that?
calculation. Botvinnik, Mikhail Botvinnik,
Oh,
the father of the Soviet era of chess, Soviet school of chess, Soviet system of chess. Okay, so h4
really? I thought that was uh, sort of the K.
Kasparov,
The guy I don't like. Not that I
Kasparov,
don't like him. I never met him, but
Kasparov.
yeah,
Yeah,
Kasparov. Yeah,
Kasparov.
I thought
Kasparov is, I think, the Western pronunciation of that name. But yeah,
I do too.
that's not. Yeah, that's not the. That's that's not even a. You can maybe call. He comes like, if you put it generation wise, he comes like at grandson level, because before him there was Karpov.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, before him there was Karpov, and
God, well,
then
he was nice though. I liked him.
yes, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and before Karpov there was like, of course, before Karpov there was a little storm thunderstorm of Fisher, but that was very short lived. And but before that, Fisher was just a little, change in the middle. Other than that, there was like 20, 30 years of only Soviets world champions. So that was the time, and the starting it all was Mikhail Botvinnik becoming the world champion in 48, and then, establishing his schools and stuff. Also, chess wise, the way his style evolved, the way his teaching became very scientific, very logical, very. So yeah, so he basically said that knight end games are essentially pawn end games, which which is him trying to tell you that it's still very much, the calculation goes very much still like a pawn end game. It's very concrete. It's move by move. So you do h4. If king d2, then knight d2, king e2, knight d2. Um, if he takes, so we use an if here. If he takes, then h3, and we are just two moves away from queening. There's no tech that his knight can give to us. So if he moves the knight, we know that that won't reach um, anywhere in time to stop the pawn. So after king knight d2, basically he cannot take our knight. So instead of taking knight, what else can he
Right.
do? So h4, king e2, knight here, knight d2. Now now c8 is also not available for him because the knight is taking away the c8 square, right? And even if he tries
Mm-hmm.
c5, he still won't be able to come in with c6 because the knight would also take away the c6 square. So the king is basically cut out by knight d2. So h4, king e2, knight d2, king cannot come in time. Like if c5, then h3, c6, then h2, and then king c7. He's one move short. You queen first. So the king is not in time
Yeah,
after.
got it.
So let's suppose he tries with the knight. So h4, knight c3, and you can see the only two squares from where the knight can stop the pawn queening square is these two, and b6 is not available because knight is there, and c7 is not available because his own pawn is there. So h4,
Right.
knight
That's a good way to look at it.
c3, h3, knight d5, h2, and now it doesn't have either this or this, or he also cannot put any blockade on the other squares, like he cannot reach here b5 fast enough to stop a7, and even if he did, he would still have to give up the knight. So that's easy way to see that it just doesn't work, right? But yeah, I would rate the difficulty of this quite high. However,
Yeah,
this can be solved
that's a
by
good
use
breakdown.
of elimination, process for elimination. You just see what doesn't work, and then you kind of don't have a lot of options to try, right? And then you figure out that okay,
And you don't get docked for your points for taking more time.
yeah,
Right.
there's no time limit in the puzzles on reaches. There's no time limit. There's no time bonus either.
Um, I don't know. Initially I was going to go king e5, but I think g5,
Yeah, this is a
and then
straightforward one.
king
This is a
e5.
simple one. This is a straightforward one because here the king doesn't come into play at all. The black king, that's out of the picture. That doesn't come into the play at all.
Oh no.
Um, no, but yeah, this is because you see his king is has gone beyond the last pawn, the last backwards pawn, right? So you just start pushing
Hmm.
g5.
So just go g5,
Yeah, g5, if the
and
king comes up
then
to attack
yes,
g5, you don't care about g5, you go f4 then. If the king comes up somehow to attack f4, you go e3 then. And eventually, it doesn't matter what, you're creating a passer. And
you're gonna
the,
have right.
it's the same phenomena as if the two connected passers and the king taking the backwards one. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When the king takes the
I do.
backwards one, that's it. You just push the front one. So I think this is pretty straightforward.
So g5.
Yep.
Yep. And then you have it.
We have
Next
no
move.
viewers today.
What?
I said, no viewers today, I think.
Um, I don't have any viewers. I didn't. Well, I have just Corin,
What?
aside from family members. I only have. I don't know who
No,
my
no, I'm
viewers are
saying we don't
actually.
have, the viewers are not coming in today.
I know, but I was just saying that I could invite my viewers, but I don't really have any.
Yeah, no, you don't have to
Maybe I
invite.
should
You
check.
don't have to invite. It's fine because we're kind of still testing out how the hell to make this work, first of all, technically, right?
This
Uh,
is better than your face is still out there, but this is better than it was.
yeah, I was just
Um,
making an observation.
what are you making? What kind of observation?
Huh?
Where'd you say? Hold on. Of course, my computer's about to die. There is lag. I'm still gone to the match track. What were you? Oh, all right. You're just
I
making
said
an
I was just
observation.
making an observation, is what I said.
Okay. Here. I make an observation is rook. Yeah, rook check. And then,
Good to see that G4 square.
but yeah, it is still there. So, oh, I think some parents might be here. Can you give me a second?
Sure.
I think they're here to pick them up. Let me see.
If it's too cold out, then I think we can also end this. I think we've got a good idea. That was the objective for today.
There? Did you leave?
Mhm.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
You can't just leave me on your Twitch. Hello?
I'm here.
Okay.
Can you not see the
Like,
screen?
how's that work? Um, I can, but I'm still not on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Like, I am sitting in front of that chair, which is kind of scary. Hold on, let me show you. And I'm not. It's like one of those horror movies where you don't see a reflection. I'm saying it to you right now. Can you see me?
No, because I'm playing game. a bullet game.
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe if I refresh it, then how am I break this? Oh, there. Hey, there I am. Example again. I think you should play a game. I'll just say what's about. Oh, cold. Why is it so cold? I gotta go. See, I'm gone again. Gone again, number 2. I think the worst way to die would be like lost in Antarctica or Siberia or anywhere cold. I fucking. I don't want to go anywhere cold.
Okay,
No
my game
thanks.
ended. What were you saying?
Everest. Nothing.
Again? Okay. Yeah.
Back. I said the worst way to die for me, I would say, would be cold.
Well, I
All
can
right.
think of 1,000 worse ways.
Like if you're on Everest, Antarctica, Siberia, or just anywhere cold.
Yeah, but that won't be a very painful death.
That's true. Man,
You
I don't know.
actually, you go to sleep, you don't wake
I
up.
mean,
That's not,
oh,
yeah, that's not very painful. You go to sleep, you just don't wake
I'm
up.
in pain right now.
Huh? What?
Oh, I'm in pain right now being cold.
Yeah, it is good. Yeah, it is good. It is painful.
I'm in
It
pain
is
right now
painful.
being cold.
I'm not saying it's not painful, but yeah, if if you compare it, then
All right. So this
comparatively,
has to do with peace alignment.
uh, yeah, peace relation, you can say. What's defending what's attacking what. Could be a fork, forcing moves,
So
anything.
yeah. So queen takes rook. Queen takes rook. Then knight. That.
Always,
Rook takes.
always change the order of your moves if you see
I don't like.
something.
Is that just something you say to me?
Yeah, I said change.
Um.
Always remember to change some
So
move
knight.
orders. If you see something that you like but it's not working, always try some move order changes there. Forcing moves. This would be a forcing move.
Yeah. That's so knight
By the way,
there.
do you see his threat?
Because I am threatening the fork.
Yes, and and also you're threatening the rook. But do you see his threat? If let's
No.
say you give the move to white, do you see his threat? If you're playing white and it
No.
was your move, what would you do?
I see rook takes.
If you were white
Oh. I would go queen. Yes. Queen. C4.
and hang the rook,
Oh.
queen c4 hangs the rook.
With that. Yeah.
Rook
I'm not
g5
very
is the
good with their
actual threat.
threats.
So on here, the reason it doesn't work, 95 is the tempo on the rook, it doesn't work that this doesn't work is because um, this takes the queen, and then at the end of it, in all variations, it's leading to him losing an exchange. If rook e5, then you still go there, and he has to give up the rook. So he's losing an exchange in all of the variations, as far as I can see. And now if he
Okay.
takes your queen, the knight takes the here, he's losing even more. Here he's losing a full rook.
Rook takes bishop. Oh no, hold on.
Yeah, there's two defenders. There's two
Um,
people stopping that.
yeah. Rook takes bishop. Hold on. What about rook a1? No? Okay, no. Fuck. What level is this?
I have no idea. Can't see nothing.
Rook takes bishop, he takes. Why? Oh, got it. Rook takes bishop, he takes. Okay, okay. So rook takes bishop, pawn takes, then bishop d3 to go bishop c4. So it creates a blockade so you can castle on c1. Now, rook takes bishop. I don't know any sidelines. I didn't go over that.
You didn't have to, that's it. It's very straightforward and brutish.
Queen check. Then it's going to be knight check. Then the bishop's coming in on h5. The queen's going to g8. Oh, maybe. Hold on. Queen check. King has to go to e8. Knight check. Hold on. Knight check. Pawn takes. Queen g8 check. He's forced to go to d7. And then bishop. Oh. Bishop d4 check. He goes. His only open square, I think, is e7. Am I right? They get mixed up.
This is a tough one. This is a tough one for you. It took me a while to. It has to do with
No,
the things you
I
observe
thought
is
I
the,
had it
the
with
thing
the
you observe
bishop.
is the thing you observe. This one is particularly tough for particularly you because this will be one of those where you think you're trying to mate him, and then in the end you realize it's nothing to do with the mate. It's a peace winning tactic. So you have to make this observation that first of all the queen is not guarded, not defended, right? And then this is one of the alignments
Mm-hmm.
from where you can put your queen on these this diagonal, and then
All
if
right.
this is a check, then it's a discovered attack on the queen.
Yeah. And his pawn. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So queen g7 check. King e8. Queen h8 check. King
Correct,
d7.
correct.
e6. Yeah.
But you see, in the game, your brain wouldn't go there until and unless you are good with this particular pattern kind of things,
It
right?
wouldn't.
If you've seen that, okay, that queen, okay, if e6 check can be delivered, and
Right.
there's the queen. quite simply. Then it's not that difficult to see to make it happen, right?
Right. Yeah. It's not that hard. But I wouldn't have found it.
It's not hard to solve. It's hard to spot, but it's only hard to spot if
I'm
you're
gonna
not
go rook.
trained. Yeah, it seems like that would be it for this one. Rook g7. If rook g7, that's mate, so that's easy to eliminate.
It's too easy, you're saying? Eliminate it from that?
No, no, I'm saying rook. If you go rook g7, he cannot go rook
What?
g7, so you can eliminate it for him. As a calculation, you don't have to calculate rook takes, because he cannot take the rook back, otherwise it's made on the spot. So that means he only has one other move
What are
because
we
he has
missing?
two legal moves. We are we are not missing anything. We know that he doesn't have rook takes
Oh, to go, yeah.
g7. So basically, by process of elimination, this time you're using it for him, that you don't have to calculate his moves uh, of rook takes f7. The only other legal move is king h8, which is what you have to now calculate.
Well, that's why maybe, but then the queen comes in. I don't necessarily want her coming in. Um, so if rook takes, king h8, I think knight first then, because that opens up the spot for my queen, and I can bring my
Yeah,
other
but
rook in.
if you take the knight, so knight takes knight, you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Knight takes knight?
No. Yes.
Knight
Yes.
takes knight, queen takes knight. Then g7 is covered.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Also, the
Rook
reason you
takes
can take
first.
on g7 and he
Rearrange.
cannot take back is because you have three attackers on it and he has two defenders. You have queen, rook, and knight on g7. He has rook and king. So he has 3 versus 2. That's why you can successfully take on g7. If you remove the knight, then you cannot take on g7 anyways.
Because the queen comes in.
Yes, and also your knight is one of the attackers that gets removed from g7.
But if I remove the knight, I can go. If I can go queen.
See, your queen is also hit by
No, if
knight
I remove the
f6.
knight, I go queen. Knight check. No, so
Queen
knight.
takes.
Remove the knight. Knight check. Queen takes. Queen h5. Queen
What does
h5.
that do? What does that threaten?
Oh fuck. Well, I forgot. I don't know. I was looking at. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Queen h7 doesn't work. Don't have anything
What is it?
covering g8. It has to be rook g7, but then we have to spot what we are doing at king h8. There's kind of nothing else. It has to be rook g7, king h8, and then there's a blow somewhere with like rook h7 or rook g8 or something. But
Rook
uh,
takes rook.
rook takes rook, it takes your queen.
Wouldn't
I
rook
don't
just
see a
take
mate.
f7?
Then he takes your queen, and I don't see a mate.
Oh yeah. Well, knight. I don't know, Abby.
Yeah, this is not an easy one. So rook g7, king h8, and
Sweet.
we have nothing. Knight takes knight. He can do even queen takes.
No, rook h7, king h8. Rook takes h7 check. Rook or knight takes.
Or king takes.
Oh, that's nothing. Yeah.
You create g6
This,
for
I
your
don't think it's
queen.
rook h7.
Huh? You create g6 for your queen, but where to from there? He will go like queen g8.
No, it's knight takes. Knight check. Can we just go over this line thoroughly?
Okay, queen takes.
Knight takes check. What happens? Queen takes. Right. And if I were to go rook to g6,
Rook g6,
what
h
happens?
takes. Let's
And
start with
I don't think I would do that anyhow. But rook takes, queen take. So knight takes, queen takes, rook queen, or
rook takes
king
g7, you're
takes.
saying. You're saying if rook takes
Yes,
g7
I'm
after that.
telling you,
Okay.
there's something here.
Okay, the rook takes.
Because rook takes, queen h5, and then my rook on a slides over to g8, g1.
He will take. You're out of
King
firepower.
takes,
King takes.
nothing.
Yeah, you're out of firepower.
Oh,
Yeah, takes is not working. If after taking you do something like rook g6, either the queen can simply go back. So it has to do something like maybe knight g7 takes,
knight takes.
discover check on e6, king goes to here. You take the queen and you threaten this mate. So it will go like something like here maybe. You take. Right? Do you see that? Knight g7. Now he cannot really take
I
because he
do.
takes.
Yeah, I like that.
So knight g7. He takes your queen. No, but he takes your queen with a check. Your king is on h2.
What's your final answer? Let's see this solution.
So rook takes g7, king h8 is forced, and it's usually something to do with forcing moves. Now queen g6 threatens a mate in h7, but the h pawn can
All
take the
right.
queen. It cannot take this because then queen takes, but the h pawn can take this, and there's still nothing. So this king h8, and then knight takes, queen takes, still doesn't do anything. So rook g7, king h8, queen g6 doesn't
No,
work, knight
it
takes
doesn't.
doesn't work. Um, takes. So maybe rook g7, king h8. By the way, there's also king f8. No, there's maybe not. Yeah, not king f8. Because then king f8 you take and then you get queen g7 and that's coming with a check. So rook g7, king h8, queen g5. How about queen g5?
What about just moving? What about moving rook a to g8 g1 right now?
Rook A to G1, he takes your queen with a check.
The Alekhine gun.
Yeah, the Alekhine gun gets diffused after the queen goes away from the
All right.
Alekhine's gun. So without the queen, it's not the Alekhine's gun anymore.
I just want to throw out some terms. Branches are gonna fall on me.
So Rook G7, it has to be something with Rook G7, King H8, and
So get
then
rid of that goddamn knight. I'm telling you, get rid of that knight. Knight takes check, and then go rook a to g1.
okay, knight
Knight
takes
takes
check,
check, rook a to g1.
Rook A to G1 is also, by the way, this check. Rook A to G1, and then you've put
That's fine.
three attackers. You have put three attackers in G7. He has put three defenders in G7 after Queen S6. So you cannot take it. And the only remaining pieces on the board you have are three heavy pieces and the light square bishop, and that is it. So you go out of firepower there. You put three attackers on it. He put three defenders on it.
His light square bishop's not doing shit.
Huh? So it's not taking the knight.
His
That
light
much
square
is
bishop isn't doing shit. So it's like he doesn't even have a piece.
yours, isn't either.
No? Alright. Hold on. I'll be right back in like 2 minutes. I'm gonna get my wine. Sure.
I'm actually getting quite tired. I've been doing it for 4 hours, over 4 hours now. 4 hours, 15 minutes.
Well, what's your solution,
To what? To the puzzle?
Abby? The damn puzzle before you go to bed.
Yeah, well, I
I
know
want to
that
see
has
it.
something to do with Queen
You can't
G,
go to
Rook
bed without
G7,
doing it.
because I'm also using sort of the process of elimination, so we don't have a lot of options left. Even I'm following random moves, but it's very straightforward that the knight is hit with a check. The knight is hitting our queen with a check, and taking the knight really takes away all the firepower from the position. You don't have enough firepower then. You don't have more attackers than he has defenders, basically. So there's nothing there. So it has to start with Rook G7. King H8 is the only move. Then it is maybe something like Queen G5.
Yeah.
Queen G5 pins the knight, threatens to like take the rook and then take the knight, gets the queen out of the knight's way. And if he takes the knight, then you actually take the rook on f7. So you're winning like an exchange there, right?
Let's see it.
So it's rook g7, queen g5 is my answer.
I want to see it. Let's go.
Yeah, now we can stop here because I know rook g7 is the first move, but here it is, there's no big blow. I think it's just that after queen g5 you get an exchange. There is no rook g8 check. There is no rook h7 check. None of those are working. So it has to be like queen g5. Yeah, from the process of elimination. Now you take his rook and then you take and get a piece.
Very good. Very good.
It was
I
mainly
mean,
by
that's
process of
impressive.
elimination.
I would have
Nothing
given up on
else was
that.
working is why we find queen at g5. We don't find queen g5 as the first thing we see, but nothing else was working. Nothing else was working. So that's also a good thing to develop, to see what's not working, right? That also can lead to answer. The rating of this puzzle was 20 to 75.
26,
Uh-huh.
26, 75.
2275, which was
Oh,
not apt. All right, this is the last one, and this is the game.
Um,
I don't know what's the
I think
obsession with
I
the
think King
pawn
takes
games.
knight.
Yeah, that's King takes knight. You say? Yeah, that seems correct. That seems to be
Yeah.
correct.
No.
No, that seems to be correct, but you have to see
Can you
certain
go
other
over my game
things.
now? When I
Huh?
can hear you.
Huh? What?
I missed because I missed the review of the games that you went over because of the lag. I missed the review of my games that you went over. The first one I saw, but the last two I didn't, and especially the one that I lost, I think, in the French. Um, it's fine, but you're tired, so don't worry about it. We can go over it tomorrow. I was upset because I couldn't hear it. I couldn't see it because it was lagging so much, and I kept trying to fix it.
Let's go quicker than the first time because I'm very tired. Copy link. Copy this. Paste. Okay. Let's say first game 6 + 6 or something. These numbers again is here. Yeah, here I told you that if you take, then it's a 4 of the 2 pawns, e6 and b7. Yeah.
Yeah.
And first, if you put your queen on b3, and now your queen
Yep.
comes to c4, and it's nothing.
This is the last part I saw.
This is very bad, very, very bad, very wrong direction. Basically, the black player is showing his lack of understanding of the game, his lack of awareness of the game, lack of awareness of the situation of the game, where he is 2 pawns up, basically winning if he reaches an endgame. Basically, it resigns for white if black reaches an endgame. But this is where you have given extreme compensation in return. So it's not like 1 pawn for little bit compensation. It's 2 full pawns for more compensation. And that compensation is increased when people do stuff like this. That compensation is increased because that exactly is what the compensation is about. It's about tempos, it's about time, it's about lead in development.
Right.
And lead in development is a kind of an advantage that
I
is
agree.
comparative. This is what people fail to understand. It's not just about how good your pieces are, how well they are developed, how well they're positioned, how well they're coordinating. It's nothing about that. It's mainly about it's comparative. It's also about how bad your opponents got it compared to you, right? And the comparison in the Danish is usually if they do stuff like
Yeah.
this, then the comparison is what makes you really realize that you do have compensation. Castles is good. Castles keeps your
Yeah.
lead in development secure. Knight six, knight six, four. This I was saying that yeah, you don't know yet because see this is a semi-open file, this is a semi-open file, this is a semi-open file. That's what you have for lack of pawns. You get semi-open
Right.
files. So you don't know yet where the
And
rook
I
plays.
regretted it. I regretted that
But
move
but
afterwards. I wanted it
but
somewhere else.
yes, but as a since you have discovered this, since you have paid attention to this alignment thing, right? Now you're aligning the rook against the queen automatically going for knight e5 or stopping knight e5 by him and stuff like that, right? So that is the kind of thing you're doing now, which is actually very nice, very good. That you are seeing x-rays, seeing things that are potential instead of, they don't have to be right there in the position for you to spot. You're seeing, underlying things
Yeah,
and stuff.
that wasn't really great.
Huh? What?
That wasn't great.
No, it
I
is.
disagree. My rook move was not good. If anything, maybe my rook
It is a good move
f
in
to
itself. It is a good move in it.
d1.
Yeah, that selection would have been better, but you don't know if you might need that on the e-file yet. It is a good move in itself. It's just in this particular position, knight d5 puts more immediate pressure and also stops knight f6 from happening, which is why the computer is saying you go knight there first. And in this position, there's also the second factor that it is not very clear which rook is going where yet, which rook will be best placed where yet. But then, if a rook is best placed somewhere, then that doesn't mean that where it's second best placed is such a bad place. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. So that's fine, it's fine. And this is a big committal decision by him to castle queenside, and all of
Okay.
these files are semi-open. All of these files are semi-open. What's the significance of a semi-open file for
So hold
you?
on, time out, time out.
Okay.
Because we're still lagging. You said you're like, it's very dangerous for them to castle queenside here, and they often do this. It's probably 35% of the games they castle queenside, and I fail to take advantage of it.
Well, basically, what is the significance of a semi-open file? Uh, the semi-open file, the thing is, there's a pawn there for them. So if they put a rook there, that just gets stopped on wherever the pawn is, right? That gets stopped right there. So their rook is doing a defensive purpose. Yours has the whole open board available to him. All right, that's the semi-open file for you. Plus, more importantly, semi-open file means you're putting frontal pressure on wherever the pawn is, right? If you think about these two pawns, G2 and G7, for example, his rook won't be able to put any frontal pressure on it. Your rook won't be able to put any frontal pressure on it without doing a weird ass rook lift, right? Without doing some weird rook lift, you won't be able to put pressure on these pawns. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because both of you have pawns there. What is a semi-open file? On the semi-open file, you don't have a pawn. So the frontal pressure is also a characteristic of a semi-open file. Putting your king on a bunch of semi-open files is obviously not a good idea because they will be pinned, they will be, put pressure upon, so therefore become focal points, etc. So that's why it's not a good idea generally to in the Mora or in the Danish or wherever there are semi-open files on the queen side as compensation. It is obviously a bad idea just on general basic principle, right? You're putting your king on the semi-open files. Particularly how to take advantage of it would be different in different cases, of course.
Right.
E5, he tried to run. That's very good. Queen exchange, if you do, you should resign. Queen exchange cannot be allowed in this case. He's up too many pawns. Imagine, we talk about pawn majority and pawn minority, right? 3 versus 2 and all that. So
Yeah.
he has this. So you
And
resign.
I'm attacking and protecting my A pawn.
Yes, this is a sneaky kind of move which worked psychologically for him rather than it being objectively working, but it worked psychologically for him. Basically, you're saying that if you do this, then I'm getting A2, A7, right? And then he got worried. He believed you. He trusted you, which is what they should not do, or you should not do. That don't trust your opponent in anything. You
Well,
see it for
no,
yourself.
no.
No, he did because you
Actually,
went king b8. That's what I'm saying. He saw that. All right, all right, all right. I will not take it
right. And then
immediately.
where do
I'll
I
trust
go?
you.
I bet you I move.
You just put your rook against the queen again, which is a kind of habit of yours, which is a
Yeah.
great habit. Which is
That
a
was,
great habit. It was very hard to inculcate this habit, and now that you have it, that's a great
but
habit.
then I regretted my rook on B8 1.
No, that's fine. I understand you would rather have them here, but you have to understand centralized rook, just like centralized queen, centralized rook, they can never ever be bad. You can hardly imagine them being bad ever, unless you have like a Rubinstein structure. Then of course you don't put a rook on e5 because that e pawn is not moving. If you do the Rubinstein structure reversed, if you have a pawn on e3 that you don't intend to move for keeping the solidity intact of the position, then of course you don't put a rook on e1. But then you would have like rook on d1 and c1, and um, those are different cases. But when the central files are open, then centrally placed rooks are never, ever, I've never seen them being bad. Yes, you can make a case that they can be even better on B files, C file, on those semi-open files against the king, aligned against the king. But on the central files, lying against the queen are also not bad. So it's a case of 1920, right? Like, um, it's not that much of a difference. They're still good pieces, right? You can improve, sure, you can improve them later, if but you can also imagine them creating trouble or creating pressure uh, for your opponent right where they are. Also, additionally, they're aligned with the king queen here, so they already a tactical threat which your opponent fails to realize. He goes here, and then that's it. He's losing a piece because now your alignment worked. So yeah, objectively and practically are two different
Yeah.
things. You're playing certain opponents,
And
certain levels.
because my knight was also here, it made me feel better. My knight on f3,
Yeah, yeah. Knight and
which
f3,
often
knight and
helps.
f6. These were the best friends of
This
the
was a
king.
good.
Yeah, this is even better. This shows
Oh, you're right.
your trait that sometimes becomes a problem, but also it's a rare trait that is hard. That is actually um, inculcated with a lot of practice and a lot of teaching in other chess people, but in you it's the reverse. You actually have it in abundance, that you don't make any automatic captures, you don't make any automatic moves. You always look for intermezzo's and or different moves. So here, instead of immediately just capturing the bishop and winning a piece, you play an
But
even better move, that is this, because actually now you're getting a rook, and if he captures that,
because
then it is discovered on the queen. So you win more material. So you win.
right, isn't that pretty? I
It
loved
is
it.
indeed. It is
I
indeed
loved
pretty.
it.
It is indeed. It is indeed, especially because finding it in itself is
It worked
already
out. It worked
commendable.
out.
Finding it in itself is commendable, but what's more commendable is that you actually had a quite straightforward move that anyone makes in a second, right? Otherwise, so to not do that and do this is
But then
sometimes.
his knight develops if I take the bishop.
Yeah,
And then
but
his queen's
piece is a
covering my
piece.
rook, so I couldn't
I
take that.
understand. I understand his knight develops, but a piece is a piece. You have given this kind of reasoning like at the start, right? You used to give these kind of reasonings a year ago, where they are good reasonings. They're very good observation. Oh, I'm helping him develop. I'm helping him do this. But you don't see the other aspect, that on the other hand there's a piece, and a piece is a
Right.
piece. So sometimes you won't win a piece, or sometimes you would even refuse to recapture a piece, saying that it
Right,
develops in
I'll
what it
get the
helps him.
rook.
Huh?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I still do that too. I'm like, oh,
Yeah. So
I
this
still
is,
do that
like I said, be
sometimes. I just
flexible.
like,
You have to be
oh,
flexible.
yeah.
Only when you're
But
flexible
that
can
was
you
a rook.
ever be reasonable, right? Um, like in your
Hmm.
OTB game from last night. That's why I was saying, showing you that it's such a good thing that now you're, really appreciating the central pawns like that, taking away squares and all that. But still now, right? Now it's good that your tendency to push that deep on in particular, that is a protected pass, and otherwise. when your tendency to maintain the solidity of the position is now being, trained well, it's also important to still maintain that ability to still see those as options, right? That um, yes, those are good, but then there's always two sides. You push pawns, you give squares, but then you get something in return. So it's always a
Hmm.
trade that you negotiate. All right, and that should be the end of the game. And that's mate in 22.
What about the game that I lost, though?
Which
The
one?
more important game.
Okay, let's look at
It was
that.
a pretty mate, too. That was a good looking one.
That
The
this
one right
one
before,
is.
or right before
I think
after I
right
sent.
after you send it.
Yeah.
Copy link,
I was the one that crushed.
properties, paste.
I
Okay.
know, but you kept breaking up, and that's when I got double sounds and lag. And
It's all for the Danish. Yeah, and this time they didn't take the full. They didn't take the full 2 pawns. They only take 1 pawn, which is actually then keeps you in sort of a more
I thought it was a
flexible.
French. Is this the one I sent you via Messenger?
This is the Danish. Yeah, this is the second one. The first one we looked at. Now this is the second one. Uh, you sent two links at once, right? I went through these both of these games, and then I think
Okay.
later
Okay.
you
Yeah.
might have
As
sent
long
some.
as it's one of those things, you're good.
So this is again a Danish, but this time they don't take the one
No,
on
they're the
on
same.
B2, so you're only 1 pawn down, and this puts you in sort of a better position situation, let's say, because the other one where you're 2 pawns down, there it is extreme, right? You have won the bridge. You burnt the bridge after crossing, right? So there's no
Yeah.
going back. There's no going back. You either mate him or you get enough material back to play the end game. It's only one of the two things. There's no going back. Here
Yeah, I
you are
have
in a
to be
much better
aggressive.
position. This is like a Mora, like right? You even positional advantage, positional compensation, good paces, good activity will compensate. Good pressure will compensate enough for you to
Yeah.
just maintain the pressure long enough to play the even end game, right? So this puts you in a more flexible situation, let's say, when they take just 1 pawn. Okay, and yeah, e5 here is giving away everything. It exchanges way too many pieces, and then you just don't have. Um,
Really?
yeah, because here's the thing. Um, First of all, the queens get exchanged, right? Which is kind of very, very anti of your opening strategy. What was your opening strategy? Your opening strategy was take my pawns, give me activity, I'll attack with it, right? How do endgames go? Endgames go that if you're a pawn down, that's a very big deal. That's how endgames go. Endgames go that if I have 3 versus 2 here, I
I
really need
could have. Hold
four
on.
versus 3 here to create my own passer. Otherwise, I have no counterplay, and only you are the only one who has counterplay will create a passer and queen. Right? That's how endgames go. Right? You won't have a passer. How would you play the endgame?
Hold on.
Where when your opponent
Can
has
you
two
hear?
passes, huh?
I have a question.
Okay.
The lag is bad. We have to fix the lag.
How we cannot fix the lag.
Queen? What is queen? We can. There is. I looked it up and it gave you multiple options on how to fix the lag. But queen a5 check, knight goes, bishop check. No. Knight check. Fuck. No, knight check by taking the pawn. How does this work? Is there
Knight
a
check.
queen a5 possibility or queen a4 possibility?
So queen a4. You're saying knight c6. Then what? Knight takes. Yeah, I guess knight takes works here, but why do you think he has to go there?
No.
What about this? What about this?
But what
Depends on
is
this
there a
abilities.
okay.
Huh? There
Okay,
are
and then
other things.
oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm
You
just
do
looking.
get, and also the simple c6 threatening b5.
All right.
I get it that you can try to sack there, but I think the most solid for him would be
And then
to
knight takes e5.
when
Knight takes e5.
when that's what I'm saying. I feel the best for him would be this because
But
that's
is
the tempo on the queen, and I think then the best for you would be something like this, hitting
all
f7.
right, bishop or no. Yeah.
This is
Is this
not good.
something I'd put in and look at like what the right moves were, or just
Yeah, queen a4 is much better. Queen a4 is much better. But in the game, you took the queen, which is after which, I'd rather you resign. What I thought you were trying for, what would be great if it worked, what I showed you in the analysis when I did it, is bishop f7 takes and knight takes. And now, for example, if he goes, for example, let's say king e8, then you take this and you get your pieces back. You're not sacking anything, but you got the e pawn, you got the f pawn, your material is even, his king is in the center, his king cannot cancel. All upsides, right? So you sack a bishop, but then you take this and you get the bishop back,
right?
right? But in the meantime, you got f7 and e5, so you got two pawns in this little operation. But it is
Yeah.
not working because after this, he will go to some
Yeah.
place where your
I
knight
didn't
cannot
finish the calculation.
check, and there's an intermezzo. That's why it's not working. Now, if he takes g4, then of course queen takes and it's fine. But he will take the queen first, and that's why he needed to move to a place where knight takes knight is not a check. Because now there's no intermezzo, right? He will just save the queen, and then he's up too much material. So you have to take his queen, and when you take his queen, then you will take on g4, and there's nothing to recapture, which means you're down a piece, and you can resign, right? So because of that
Yeah.
flaw, because of the intermezzo of
No, I
queen
can't
takes,
resign because I showed you.
huh?
I don't resign at my level because I'll just lose rating points. I don't have to resign even if it's a rapid or
Okay,
classical game.
okay.
Unless I'm really down because they'll always make
Okay.
mistakes.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about practically. I'm talking objectively currently, right? Um, so, yeah,
Oh
so
fuck!
that
I
doesn't
could
work
resign every game
because,
almost.
huh?
I said, "Oh fuck! I could probably resign almost every game objectively." But
So,
continue.
next move of white is
No, this is good.
after this, yeah, you get e5, but you're down a pawn still. And you're not getting e5. You're not getting e5. That is you giving a pawn first. So you are only exchanging your
I'm only
e4
down a
pawn for his
pawn.
d6. So you're only exchanging your e4 pawn for his d6. So don't
If I'm
see
only
this.
down a pawn,
Yeah, you're only down a pawn, but what is your compensation? Okay, here you can claim a little bit of
oh,
visual compensation, but you
oh,
realize how much you have to play with technical precision to keep the compensation up. Otherwise, how quickly? Because he doesn't have to do
yeah.
anything very accurate. What he needs to do is just keep his extra pawn. He doesn't. He just doesn't have to lose material, and he will keep the extra pawn. Material advantage is like that, right? You don't. You once you get it, you just if you can keep it, you just keep it.
And
and
again,
that's
I didn't do that. I didn't do that to push his knight away. That was just one of my many things because I saw the back rank coming in, and that's why I did that h3 move. It was really was not anything to do, and I couldn't do f3 because I didn't want his bishop coming in with a check. But my whole reasoning was, hey, let me get my bishop out to attack and pair these guys together and give my
I
escape
understand
route
that.
because I saw a back rank coming in.
I understand that, and that's all good. But you see,
Do you?
after this, your opponent didn't do any big mistakes, so he didn't allow you to get anything. And now, uh,
I did a
this
big mistake. I did a massive mistake.
not really. That's the thing. It's not that big of a mistake. But now you see, once now his pieces are getting on good squares, that exchange is made. Now only three pieces are left on the board, and finally his rook got on
Is
an
that bad?
open file.
But
No,
look
it
at my
did.
bishops.
Yeah, see, the thing is, you continue to play this like a middle game is where you lost the king. Look at your bishops; they're good. Yes, they are good. They are good, but it doesn't look like you are creating any. Can you imagine? Can you visualize mating ideas here? Other than back rank, and he has not moved his rook from the back rank. He has two knights like this. A knight in d5. The knight in d5 is on an outpost. You cannot force him to move. You cannot use the d5. And I showed you this. A minor piece on an outpost also blocks the file for the rook, for the enemy rook, right? So D is closed for you. E, he has the E file. The D file is closed for you. Rest, there is no open file on the board. So how is your rook ever doing anything to create a back rank mating idea, which is might be the only thing you can imagine happening here? Other than that, what kind of mates are you imagining happening here, right?
And that's why I think I moved king f1. Yeah. Is that
You
bad?
moved king f1 to stop the rook penetration from e to
Is
e2
that
and
bad
e1,
too? I
and now it's still even. It's still evenish. Okay, he's down a pawn,
yeah.
but it's still evenish because there's still quite a long way to go for him to complete his conversion. And at these ratings, they don't know anything about the technique to convert nor anything. They just make moves. So now you go here, and this is what I'm saying, that this is where you're still trying to play it like a middle game, is where it all
Because
goes wrong. Because you're looking at this, you're looking at the coordination of the bishops and everything,
oh,
which is
wish I had done
nice,
here.
which is nice, which is nice. I think you keep your rook on the d file. You try to play with the pawns. Maybe you then threaten to take the knight, right? You threaten to take the knight. You go b4 first, then you threaten to take the knight. If he moves the knight ever, you try to pose those kind of problems, right? If he moves the knight, then you get in. Your bishop is covering this. The main advantage of bishop is that it has more control, it has more reach.
I liked my rook on that rank because that rank controls his knight from coming in, his d knight, and then
Yeah, yeah,
my
that's good.
my
That's
b
good.
pawn
That's good. The rank is
controls
that the
the
rank
a
I
and the c
understand.
squares.
Yeah, the rank I understand. What I'm trying to tell you wrong is that your attempt to play on the king side with the rook left, what it does a lot of the time is when we make rook lifts like this, uh, or like from, let's say, h1 coming here trying to attack here, when we make weird rook lifts sometimes to attack the king, to attack the king, and then the attack doesn't work out, the attack isn't enough to cause, you know um, to build up enough initiative to cause problems to the enemy. When the attack is not enough, then that rook is suddenly very, very, very misplaced. Because other than that attack, it's not really doing to control or exert pressure or
Yeah,
exert
no,
control
you're
on the
right.
position at all. Whereas on the d file, it is putting pressure basically on the knight,
You're right.
that if you have a move, then I'll enter to d7. If you go to f6, I'll just chop you off and then enter d7, right? those kind of things. And because of that, you're keeping your king at f1 and you have not gone g3 and king g2. Like, ideally sometimes this kind of thing is what you would want to do: move the king up and take control, keep your rook on maybe the second rank also, to stop rook entry, etc. You're choosing to do it this way, which is fine, but G3 you're not doing it because you want to use the rook lift. You are doing the rook lift thing, which is what I am exactly telling you, that after G6, now it will take you quite a while to even threaten something again,
There's
right?
nothing.
The
It's just a
initiative
silly
is
move. Yeah.
initiative is like a very,
Yep. You're
when you
right.
make a
As
threat.
soon as I did it, you're right.
This is how you realize what initiative is, or when you have it. Like, you make a threat, they defend, and right on the next move you make another threat. They defend that somehow. Right on the third move you make another threat. Right? They somehow defend that, and then fourth move pass it, and then right on fifth move you make a fourth threat. Then a couple moves later you make another threat. When you make threats like that, that is initiative. That's when put, and that's when you have an attack. That's when you have an initiative. You understand what I'm saying? This was one thread, and now you start to
I
manufacture
do.
the other thread, but see how long it's taking, right? And it's not a clogged position, it's not a closed position. You cannot do it like a King's Indian defense style attack, where you sack a piece and then 5 moves later you are even making any threat or something, because in that the center is closed, so there is time for that. Here it is an open center. The counter attack comes very fast, the pieces move very fast.
But I'm only down one pawn, and I felt like with his knights are slower than my open, and with an open game, that my bishops are going to be better if I knew
Yes,
how to play it.
technically they are, but they are not able to. It's also solid for black. See, you need targets for the bishop, for the rook to do anything. You need target. Yes, the king is the target, but
But look at his open. He is a completely open black squares for my
yeah,
black squared bishop, and I wanted to get my black square bishop, and I was thinking about that before on h6, just to prop it there. But I'm like, I don't know what that's really gonna do. I didn't know how to
it's
take
creating
advantage
back
of it.
rank threats for him. If you put a bishop on h6, that is going to create back rank issues for him, which it already is doing from here also, right? Um, but to try to combine or do something here is not possible, right? um, too little is left on the board. You need weaknesses. If he gives you something, if he gives you an opening, if he gives you weaknesses, then all right. For example, h4 h5, and then you manage to take this, he takes this, then you make a threat. Then you make a mate threat. To defend that mate threat, he pushes this so that his king can run from here, right? Then this is a backward pawn, this is a weak pawn. So you start to get weaknesses. Without weaknesses, without targets, this is all very theoretical. You understand what I mean? This is all very, in theory, bishops are, better, of course, and all of that. Yes, they are bishop pair,
It
completely
just seems
taking
like
away.
I'm better here.
It does seem like that, but you don't have targets. Practically, to actually benefit from it, you need targets, or
I
you need
don't.
some openings, create some mating attack. So you are trying for that now. You are
And I'm
trying for
down a
that.
pawn.
You are trying for, exactly. You're down upon, so it's not a free hand advantage that you feel, right? You have paid a price for this advantage to gain this advantage that you feel virtually is there, and you're doing the correct thing. You're trying to open stuff up to maybe create some targets if you can, right? So you're doing the right thing. But now this knight comes here, and at this point, it's not that easy because he covered h5, so you cannot now go h5 anymore, right? So his
I
knight,
hate knights.
yes. So
Yeah,
basically,
yeah.
basically at this point, what
And
you
then
do,
and then my rook, what you said, is now blocking my pawn from moving to even attack his knight.
yeah. And now what you fail to miss is that he made a threat,
You're right.
mating threat on e1 because you put your king in such a situation where what you said earlier that h3 I'm playing not to pick the knight, I'm playing to to get out of the back rank, but then you move your king, king to the left and get into a back rank anyways,
Right?
right? So h3 didn't help you. And here again, you see here it's about again it's about we can see that pattern again where it's about your plans and you're saying how can I create something, how can I create more, how can I create something, right?
Yeah.
You did not see well once that he might also have something, and he indeed did have this. Only defense here was this, and to not get not get
Ah,
lost by this. Well, right now he doesn't have it, but maybe you even have to first take
I
to
might have
simplify.
cried.
Now it's time to bail out to simplify, right? And then play here, and then try to hold the extra
Oh,
pawn.
yeah, yeah.
Then you have to play for a draw. You have to also learn this to play for a draw sometimes. That okay, just exchange stuff. Try to make situations easier, right? For drawing circumstances rather than trying to create counterplay all the time. Sometimes it's just not there. For example, here there was no counterplay, but in finding counterplay, you became what do you call that, blindsided or something, right? You didn't see his stuff at all because you're so focused on finding your own counterplay.
Just
If you
blinded.
actually sometimes, I don't think it's a good idea to teach you all of this at this or tell you about it at this rating level. But if you
I
but
do
I
think it
think
is
that
a
you
good.
can still
I do think it's a good
grasp
idea
it,
because
grasp the
the more
gist of it.
you don't tell me.
Is that mm, if you
No,
actually
because
went for the draw,
it's. I think it's
like if
fucking
you're
my game
actually
up if you
actively
don't
going
just
for
tell
a
me
draw,
all of it.
then there are ways to then there are ways for, especially against these ratings that you can achieve those if you actually actively go for a draw.
Why wouldn't you tell me?
Huh?
Yes,
Because yeah, it is not
I
something.
would love. You need.
Okay,
Hold
well,
on, I
this
want to hear
analysis,
about that.
I think this analysis
Isn't that
is
something? What?
done.
I mean,
Also, my friend is
no,
about to
I
die.
want to know about the draw.
What about the draw? So I'm saying you sometimes play for a draw. So basically, for
What?
hold on a second, my phone is about to die. I have to put it on charge.
Oh, got it.
Would like to sleep. Uh, I think that's enough streaming for today.
Uh, Are they?
Huh?
All right.
Yeah, they are.
I think this is a better way of streaming, but it's still the. I said still the lag. Oh, you all right?
Yeah, the lag is something we have to figure out how to fix. All the things you said, like it could have to
And
do with the
it's
internet, you refresh or something, they are not actual fixes. The lag is still always going to be there, maybe sometimes less, maybe sometimes more, but it's still always going to be there. Unless we change the procedure of how we're doing it. Which
is it?
I don't see a way to. Yeah, because when you stream, you don't if you're doing if whatever I'm saying,
How would
if I
you?
open my stream on a different device, I won't hear it immediately. Whatever I'm saying right now, I'll hear it 3 seconds later. It's always like that, and I think it's with everyone. And it's the same with how the broadcast is being done
I
on
don't
the
think so.
screen or anything. So,
Well,
but
I don't know.
on the other hand, when we do like a Zoom meeting or something, then it's immediate. Then there's no lag. Like right now on the Twitch call, when we are on a call, there's no lag. Then it's immediate. But because you're watching the screen from the stream and the audio is from a different call, you're watching from it on a different call, right? So that's the difference. On the Twitch call, you are hearing immediately what I'm saying, like a call. But in the stream, where you're watching the video, there it is lag.
All right.
I think we have to do something about the procedure. Maybe there will be options hold hold the whole stream from Twitch itself without having to use OBS or anything. I don't know. We'll figure out tomorrow. I think I
I don't know. That's out of my realm completely.
I did too much streaming today.
All right. I might stream, Abby. You don't
Yeah,
have
you
to
do that,
join.
huh?
I'm gonna gain some followers.
Yeah, you do
I'm
that.
gonna gain
You
some
do that.
followers, so I'll share my followers with you.
Yeah, you do
Maybe.
that. You should also stream. It's good.
Thank you,
It's good.
Abby.
Okay.
And this was good. And this was a tough game.
This one, yeah,
All
this
right.
was because
Bye.
see, he's not making mistakes, and I agree with you. It does, and you're not wrong there. That I feel compensation is there. Yeah, I also feel compensation is there, but practically to convert those, to actually get a full benefit of those bishops' pressure or blunt power over the knight,
Oh,
is you
shit.
need targets, and you're very close to creating one. But he played very well. He didn't allow you, for example, h5, after which you would have started to tender him up, to create some targets. The second the targets appear on the board, that's when you will see that the two bishops are, their
Maybe.
domination over the knight. But otherwise, the position was too solid. You did have theoretical advantages, you did have visual, advantages, but um, practically you still needed, some targets. You need to tender him up, which you were very close to doing before getting mated. But yeah, it's also about him not really blundering at all. You know, and there's also luck sometimes that
Yeah.
it.
But I think H5 was
Anyone
too
you ask,
slow.
will say that yes, white is compensation. 2400 would say yes, white is compensation, but then none of them will be able to prove it, right? If it's just lucky that black has this and black has that, and in your case, your opponent also
Right.
got to play all of that. All right, bye bye.